Um, um, anyway, it's going to be the Office of Transformation. And that is something that Campbell County and Northeast Wyoming really needed, because there's all of these little groups working on different efforts to diversify the economy and to look at adding value to coal, figuring out how we can move away from thermal coal and use it for other uses. And so bringing all the players together and talking about how do we find somebody and how do we make it happen that can really be that point person that can talk from Campbell County side of it or from Northeast Wyoming side of it to say, hey, we need to implement this and this is how we do it. So that's really the important piece of that. Another project that we've talked about a little bit, and I believe the Nature Conservancy is doing a feasibility study on right now, is can we carve out portions of this mine reclamation and save some of that infrastructure? Because on the economic development side of things, we're always looking for large industrial sites with rail, large amounts of power, buildings. And so is there an opportunity, and I know there's a lot of questions there, but is there an opportunity to save some of that infrastructure and create other jobs there? We already have the workforce, so what makes sense there? And so I know that they're doing a feasibility study on that. And then I think the second part of the question was about important factors when selecting a project to fund. We really step back at the state level and ask the question, what problem are we trying to solve? And we've done that. We've really changed our direction and really stepped back and looked at that to make sure it makes sense. You know, we always ask the questions, does it align with the local strategy? Does it make sense in that community? Does the applicant have a proven track record? You've all worked with those folks that make projects happen. And so that always helps to make the project stronger, you know. And then again, if they have the right stakeholders at the table to make it happen. But at the local level, I think it's more important that you step back and ask, does it really fit our local strategy? Does it make sense for our community? If you have an opportunity to come to your community, it might not be the right opportunity. And so you can't be everything to everybody. And I know that as economic developers, we get kind of stuck in that rut that we just want to create jobs and we just want things to happen, but it really does need to make sense for your community and your workforce. So I think that's important to making projects successful as well. And then really the other thing, and everybody's touched on this, is to make sure that you have the right partners at the table. More and more nonprofits and local governments are being asked to do more with less. And so they just don't have the capacity, especially in Wyoming, to make these projects happen. So there has to be partnerships to make them happen and make them successful.
Yeah, great. Thanks so much, Brandy. That was a lot of great information for folks. Okay, so next we have a question for Chelsea, and it's kind of from the conservation perspective. So why are using mines for energy projects attractive from a land use and environmental conservation perspective? And then I think, you know, what are the challenges of developing on mine lands and brownfield sites that we need to overcome? And I know Appalachian Voices has some experience in this, and I think about water resources and other important aspects of conservation that we may need to be mindful of as we proceed with this project.
Thanks for that question, Shannon. And I think everyone, it's pretty common sense, right? Like we have all this land, farmlands, forest land that is very vulnerable to the compounding factors of climate change and land conversion. And so as much of that land as we can preserve for farming, for reforestation, and protecting land for biodiversity, you know, we need to do that as much as possible. And then at the same time, we have all this pressure from the need for more clean energy development to mitigate climate change. So we want to avoid as much unnecessary land conversion as possible and maximize what we're able to preserve to the benefit of the local communities that we work in. And we're seeing this fight play out very directly in Virginia, and I know what's happening in other states too, but we work most directly in Virginia. But as clean energy is really ramping up in the state, we're seeing a lot of pushback, in particular from rural communities that are afraid of the landscape changing in their communities. View sheds being changed, forest land being converted, farmland being converted for clean energy development, and we recognize that fear is real. Our communities in the Coalfield region have been through that land conversion, right? Like they've seen the mountains be flattened from mountaintop removal. So we know that pain of seeing your community landscape changing and seeing the environment change. So we're very sensitive to that. And then at the same time, you have communities in Southwest Virginia and Coalfield region throughout Appalachia that are really starved for energy development and more jobs and more economic development. So as much as we can push development to those sites, that we feel like that's a win-win. So we've been working to incentivize development on brownfield sites, and in particular mine sites, and other policies that we think can help to facilitate more development in those areas. But there are many challenges to doing so. It's not as easy as just as saying you want it to happen and seeing it done. So I think folks on this call are probably really familiar with the challenges of developing on mine land, or at least can make some guesses and assumptions, but I'll try to hit on some things that we've confronted most directly. One is just the absentee land ownership issue in Appalachia. There's a long history of the majority of land being held by coal companies, timber companies, large land holding companies. And so it's really difficult to access land. That's one of the reasons why we're so interested in pushing more clean energy development on these mine sites, is it kind of gives a new life to these sites that are otherwise not benefiting the community at all. These are lands that are just sitting idle and not being used. So we're seeing a lot of interest in clean energy development for that reason, but it also just makes that clean energy development really difficult, because it's difficult to get in touch with the companies, difficult to collaborate with them to move projects on their land. The second biggest problem that we run into is cost. It really just costs a lot more to do a solar project, which is what we've worked most closely on, solar project on mine land compared to a solar project on a flat green space. Is just can be 6 times as more expensive. It can be less expensive. Sometimes we find ideal sites that it's not that much more expensive, but the costs can really be enormous just because of the needed reclamation before you can start construction. And so what we find is that a lot of solar companies just aren't even interested, because it's just so much more of a hassle. So you really have to find that specialized solar company or clean energy company that's really interested in the in the benefits of redevelopment of these sites, to really buy into the concept. Another problem that we have is just a lack of trust from the communities. They have seen coal companies come in, take everything of value and leave a mess behind them. And while many of the community members, might be supportive of clean energy development, might be concerned about climate change, might, really care about land conservation, they don't trust the companies. There are lots of promises made about jobs and economic benefits, and you just see people shaking their heads like, they don't believe that it's going to happen. So as much as we can do to ensure that the benefits are seen in the communities where the projects are happening, the more successful we think a project will be. And then, of course, you just have general site considerations that contribute to that increased cost that I talked about. So the sites are just generally more unstable than maybe a company would really like. So things like slopes, risk of landslide, general geotechnical issues that the companies have to work through to ensure that the site is okay for development. And we've seen solar companies more willing to work through those problems and kind of answer those questions. But I think for projects like, or for other technologies like nuclear in particular, we're seeing a lot of concern that the sites just ultimately will never be suitable for development because there's too much uncertainty, too much risk associated. And then I think the last thing I'll just note is because of the landscape, oftentimes the sites are relatively small, like you don't have enough contiguous acres of land suitable for development. And that means that you can only build smaller projects, and then they are less competitive in the marketplace, in the power marketplace. And so we have to work through that as well. And we're looking at things like policy solutions to that, like community solar or virtual net metering, so that if a company wants to come in and they're willing to take their power from that site. Right now in Virginia, we don't have policy mechanisms that allow for that kind of virtual net metering for a business to be located elsewhere, but take power from a mine site. But those are solutions that we're looking at so that those sites can be developed with smaller projects instead of utility scale projects, but still be able to serve the community. So I will stop there.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Chelsea. So the first question we have in Q&A is for Chris, and it's from Marcus Pearson. And it's thank you for your perspective. And on the Colorado bill you mentioned, how do you see it working to help energy dependent communities transition from coal fossil fuel to clean energy generation or storage without what you called as a quote painful transition? Does the bill address job training, reuse of existing infrastructure, or other factors that help to, I think, mitigate the impacts a little bit? Thanks.
Thanks, Shannon, and thanks, Marcus. I'll put in the chat the bill link. It was a House Bill 1324 from 2021. And really what the bill did, it's not the end all be all by any means. Really what it did is it allowed utilities to propose to the Public Utilities Commission a newer technology. And that newer technology being proposed could be a mechanism to replace coal power plant jobs and transition workers from the coal power plant into a newer technology generation facility, whatever that might be. And so, I think there are pilot projects being thought through and potentially going to be proposed because of this legislation that will help mitigate or reduce the number of job losses from that power plant. I think the other thing I'll throw in the chat is a separate bill that I didn't mention, which is House Bill 1314 from 2019. And House Bill 1314 is a bigger one. I think this one is a good example for other things that do include some of the things you're mentioning about the ability for retraining, et cetera. Really what it does is it created the nation's first state office focused on transition, and caused the state to deliberately think through mechanisms that the state can employ or create to support workers and communities through transition, but also to consolidate state resources and focus those resources with deliberate intent to help coal transition communities.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right, the next question I'm guessing is probably for Brian and maybe Jennifer. It's from Tim Scarlett, and he says, I'm interested to learn more about examples where the National Environmental Policy Act and the National Historic Preservation Act, so NEPA and NHPA, have been used to what he describes as flip consultation. And so shifting away from project planning, then bringing plans to communities for comment, toward a new model where communities become design partners that improve the process, I think, from the beginning, and then that can help inform the kind of the legal requirements later on. So interested in examples of that, and then if there's also examples of non-tribal stakeholders or governments who have, less kind of legal mandated consultation, but good engagement processes and consultation on that too. So yeah, Brian or Jennifer, if one of you maybe wants to take that first.
Jen, if you
Right.
don't mind, I'll jump in there
Yeah,
first and give the Fed answer, and then I'm dying to hear what you have to say. That's a great question, Tim. And it really harks back to the principle of consultation that applies not just, of course, to tribal communities, but to all communities, is consult early and often. Once you've identified the need for a project and the general location where that project is going to be, ideally, that's when you start to consult. So that's before you've reached any sort of design completion. And in my experience, the earlier you consult in the design phase, the easier your NEPA and your Section 106 is going to be, because good consultation means you're talking not just to the tribes, but also to the local communities, be it a rural community, farmers, ranchers, whoever it is. You engage with them early and hear their concerns and adopt that into your design as it develops. And that especially under Section 106, where to engage on Section 106, and I'm speaking, of course, as a former archaeologist, a recovering archaeologist, if you will. Under Section 106, as soon as you know that the project is going to be in a general area, we can start talking at that point. We don't need a design phase or a design. Of course, that will need to be developed, so we can at some point begin to look at specific direct effects. But straight off the bat, once we know we're going to be in an area, we can start talking to the local communities in that area, be it tribes or the local towns and business communities and so on. I have found in my experience that mentality of approaching the communities early results in very efficient project design, very efficient Section 106 consultation, and very efficient NEPA work. Because who better knows the area than the local communities? Who better to tell you, concerns about local wildlife, local ground conditions, local weather conditions, than the people that live on that land and have worked that land or are familiar with that land for generations. And certainly at OCED, that's going to be our approach, is to approach these local communities straight off the bat, as soon as we know that something's in that area, ideally before we've really put pen to paper in terms of the actual project design. That's always going to be the ambition. And again, from personal experience, I can think of several projects at Bonneville Power, where I worked for over 10 years on the construction and siting of new transmission lines, where we were able to expedite and avoid all adverse effect simply because we talked to the local communities straight off the bat and brought the engineers into the room. And the engineers literally designed the project as they heard the concerns and identified the red flags. So your question, I think it really speaks to a mentality. There's nothing to stop people and entities, and be they federal or private, from engaging early. And it's a mentality and it's an approach we're really trying to inculcate here at OCED, so that we can get to that position that you're talking about, where the local communities, be they directly involved with the project or not, will have a say in how it's developed, because they're the ones that have to drive past it every day. They're the ones that have to live with it in their back garden or wherever it is. So we need to address that from the very earliest stages of planning. And that's what we're going to be pushing for here at OCED. Jen, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Okay, sounds good, Brian. I think from the tribal side, NHPA and NEPA are two things to be concerned about, but as tribal nations, tribes may have their own consultation policies, their own tax office, their own native hiring preferences, workforce office requirements. So it's really important to, from the tribe side, make sure you understand what their requirements are going to be as well. I just wanted to mention that because it's not just the federal laws you have to be concerned about. The second thing is that when we talk about consultation, it's a very formal, specific process, as Brian mentioned before. It's a legal term, but there's nothing stopping any potential development partner from a tribe from approaching the tribe for what I call business conversations. The tribes are always going to want to know, what's in it for us to partner with you. And so if you come to them early and say, hey, we have this idea, we think, for example, you have a great solar resource. We have noticed that there's a substation or transmission lines that have capacity either on or near the tribal reservation. And we think that there could be an opportunity for a really good project here to partner with you. Bringing that up front and saying, hey, and if we do this, here's the kind of benefits the tribal government could receive. Here's the kind of benefits that the local community could receive, both revenue and jobs and other things you want to offer, and be really open to finding out what a tribe-led project could look like there. All those conversations can happen way ahead of any sort of formal consultation that Brian's talking about under these federal laws. So I would just encourage anyone interested to go ahead and think about having those early conversations. Figure out what you find out, jointly develop a project. I would think you'll find a lot of tribes are very interested in having those types of discussions with developers.
Great, thanks. I'm wondering if Brandy or Chris has any examples or feedback on the non-tribal stakeholders and relationship, I think, with government and economic development entities, and just any thoughts on what good consultation and stakeholder involvement really looks like.
I can start. Yeah, really, a really robust economic development plan, which many communities already have. Some communities have sort of, I would call them lightweight economic development plans that might be mandatory in order to apply for federal funding through EDA. Really need to encompass the full scope of desires of community members across the board. We often find and see that economic development plans are created by elected officials that might have a limited scope of knowledge about the desire of the community, or pet sort of things that they focus in on, but they might not be comprehensive. And so in methodologies that you employ really good stakeholdering processes, like the World Cafe model is one that's been really successfully used. A lot of economic development folks are using storytelling as a means to open up and understand desires and needs of what folks in the communities want their economy to look like in the future. I think those are some good techniques to use. But Brandy, I'm interested in hearing from you.
Thanks, Chris. I think one of the things that the state of Wyoming through the Business Council provides to our local communities is really that stakeholder engagement. And we do that by offering community assessments in communities. And so we bring a team from the state into those rural communities, and we have focus groups. We have several sessions with all different industries, from ag to professionals, as well as extraction, and really ask those questions about what do you love about your community and what would make it better, and try to just let people talk about that and hear what they have to say. I think that's the big piece of it. You're absolutely right on, economic development plans. You need to have that local input as well, not just what the elected officials want that year, or who's in office at that point in time. So that's where we've brought people together, and we usually spend about a week in the communities, have these focus groups, ask them those questions, and then at the end of that week we have a town hall and talk about the themes that we've heard, ask if we've missed anything, and then we write it's a short report, but we write a report back to the community so it's led by folks that are outside of the community and really are objective about what they heard. So that helps those communities, because when you're on the local level, I do this like everybody else does. We think we know what everybody's going to say, but it's really nice to bring a team from outside in and ask those questions and then be able to record those answers.
Yeah, thanks for that. And then Chelsea, I'm curious on your perspective on this question too, because as you mentioned, there's been this history of like bankruptcy and companies sort of leaving and kind of, maybe leaving workers high and dry, leaving a mess with environmental issues. Jennifer mentioned this as well on the Navajo Nation with some uranium past history. And I'm wondering, from the beginning of a project, like how can a company, and I think a government funder, better build trust in a community, if you have any ideas and insight into that.
Yeah, I mean, it's that early consultation and working together, right? That is so important. You know, we just had this example in Virginia where the governor announced they're going to build a nuclear project on a mine site, and there's so much community backlash because no one knew had heard anything about it before it was in the news. And I think that's just goes to show that if you don't consult with the community beforehand, you're going to run into immediate pushback regardless of the technology. And I think so one of the ways that we're looking into is there's becoming to be a lot more interest in these projects is using community benefits agreements. We are interested in looking at ways that we can ensure that those help to create jobs in the region. We've got a couple examples of solar projects that have promised local job benefits that just never really came to fruition. And so I think that's one area where the upfront work is so important, because where we have had success, where the project did result in jobs in the community, is when the company identified upfront, exactly how they were going to make that happen, and not just make vague, promises that they'll find ways to incorporate local workers. You really have to engage those local schools or the local career tech center, someone to upfront to make sure that there are actually going to be people available and interested and trained. So that's just one example of how that we've seen that work much better when you reach out. Local governments are a good place to start, but they don't always have the capacity to respond. So, looking to local organizations that work in the area, or even business leaders, school leaders is another important place to start, because local governments don't always have the capacity to respond.
Yeah, thanks for that. And thanks, Tim, for the question that I think served to tee up some really good conversation amongst everybody. Yeah, and please do keep the questions going. So we have another question for Chelsea. This is from Brennan Downs. And just a kind of a general question on how you deal with all of the environmental concerns. So if land's been idle for a while and not reclaimed, wetlands, he gives examples of maybe low grade stands of trees, and then later on a little bit about maybe endangered species or other issues with all kinds of things. So I don't know, wherever you want to take that question, I think in terms of acid mine drainage or, all these other issues that might be present on a mine site. Thanks.
Yeah, Shannon, actually, you might have some good perspective to bring to this one as well. But I think it really depends on the project site and the type of mine and the legal situation of that mine. So it's just going to vary so much site to site to really provide a broad answer. But just specific examples, we working on an abandoned mine site. So this pre-1977 coal mine sites, if they have not been reclaimed, they do require a NEPA for the reclamation work. So that's going to, impact the project process. But if it's a site that's already been reclaimed, I think you're going to basically just be dealing with a typical project development process, permits that are required for that size and type of clean energy project that you're working with. And I think that a lot of times that varies state to state, and it depends on the size of the project. So it's hard to kind of speak in generalities. We do run into reclamation projects that have endangered species issues with bats in particular, but the bat issues that I'm aware of are usually related to open mine portals, and that usually is not impacting the clean energy development as much, because typically where you're finding open mine portals are not usually the same places that are flat enough to do solar projects. But I'm trying to think of some examples where that maybe I'm wrong there, but it's so site dependent, and would welcome anyone else who has had experience with specific projects that might have feedback as well.
I had a quick comment there, Shannon, if I could. there's a couple of things to think about with the complex environmental issues. And one is a couple different mitigation tools. One, I've seen companies successfully kind of do preemptive mitigation. They know there's going to be a concern, so they work with the local NGOs and stakeholders to preemptively put together a mitigation plan or a mitigation fund. And that provides some security to the community that these things are going to be addressed and might help for the company prevent lawsuits later. So you can think about mitigation earlier than you might think. Another way to approach it is adaptive mitigation. And that says, if you have a mitigation plan you want to try, but you're not exactly sure how it might play out, like, for example, resolving acid mine drainage, or trying to deal with wave energy, with how that might affect local biological communities in the ocean. You can have a plan put together that allows you to change course with the agencies and the stakeholders to adjust your mitigation plan if you get new information in order to make sure you're having a positive impact on the environment. So you don't have to just wait to the end and be nervous about if this is going to work or not. You can actually do some upfront work to help make sure you're addressing environmental concerns for a complex environmental environment, which is what mine reclamation really is. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I would encourage folks, I think, to stay tuned to the next panel. I know at least in the workshop in Boulder, in Golden, it was really great to have that mine reclamation panel and the perspective of the expertise that they'll bring to kind of maybe address some of these concerns you may all have. Brian, Chris, or Brandy, anything you want to say on sort of the environmental conservation reclamation issues question? Okay.
I can add one thing, Shannon.
Yeah, go ahead.
We really believe and think that from a worker's perspective, that there's a really interesting opportunity for coal miners in particular to actually do the reclamation work. And that takes intentional policy to make sure that first in line hiring practices or targeted hire provisions for that reclamation work are baked into policy to really think about impacted workers and making sure that they can extend their career by participating in the reclamation work.
Great point. All right, we have a question from Andrew Menser. And he asks, are there examples of specific CEDSs or comp plans, and this must be economic development speak, that have done a nice job of articulating clean energy goals and community outreach partnership metrics?
I can take a stab at that, Chris, and then let you follow up. Yeah, so CEDS, Community Economic Development Strategy, it's actually what's required for communities to have in place to apply for several federal grants. So one example that I know of is the city of Colstrip, Montana. They have small community, 2,000 people. They've been pretty successful in getting EDA grants to do their CEDS and then to hire a diversification manager. So that's out there, and I can drop it in the chat. But I think that they've done a pretty good job on that.
Yeah, I agree, Brandy. I think Colstrip has done a good job. I think the question, Andrew, is a little bit more nuanced too, in that there are a lot of really big cities that have fantastic economic development plans. But small places, predominantly where coal mines might exist or where power plants exist, do not have the resources, the staff, the money, et cetera, to develop a really robust economic plan. It takes money, it takes a lot. And so one of the things that we've been pushing, and the State Office of Just Transition in Colorado is thinking about, is equipping communities with the resources that they need in order to actually do that planning work and really think through what economic development looks like, engage in a really robust way with folks across the community in the region, et cetera. One of the things that we've seen large communities have the resources to do is to actually engage site selectors in the development of their CEDS. And that's expensive, but it actually opens the door to, it allows a third party who has relationships with businesses that are looking to potentially expand nationwide to put your community on their radar, because they're part of an understanding of the economic development strategy that your community is developing. Again, without resources, it's extremely difficult for a rural community in particular to actually develop those kinds of plans or make those kinds of connections.
And I'll just add to that a little bit. So in Wyoming, we actually have a statewide CEDS, and we're working on updating that, of course. So we have a contract with the Harvard School of Business through their growth lab. And it's a 16-month process, but they're going out, meeting with businesses, looking at the numbers, and then that will be our CEDS at the end of the 16-month process, really looking at what can we do that's working well in other communities, how can we replicate that? So we're taking a little bit different compared to the CEDS and regions. It'll be a statewide CEDS. The other thing you brought up, site selectors, the other thing the Business Council recently has done for local communities is we created a program for just a site analysis, and we've contracted with site selectors. So local communities can submit their sites and then have those conversations with site selectors of what do they need, you know? So we're trying to build capacity at that local level and help those locals.
Great, thank you. And Brian or Jennifer, is there anything you would want to add, I think, from a tribal perspective on, you know, maybe a tribal nation articulation of clean energy goals and how projects could work with in alignment with those?
I mean, I think a lot of tribes are thinking about long-term strategic energy planning, and some are in process with those now. There may not be a socioeconomic development plan or an energy plan with any particular tribe you're working with, but I think many are working to try to have those available to help guide making sure that projects really meet what the community would like.
Yeah, and I would just take up from there as well that you know the level of preparedness to engage on the energy front across the tribal world is varies, and there's some tribes that are very plugged in and advanced in their energy planning. And off the top of my head, I could think of two kind of very similar but different examples. The Nez Perce in Idaho, they're very progressed in developing a microgrid, solar power, and long-term energy storage on their reservation. And then you have other examples like the CSKT, the Salish Kootenai in Montana, and the Yakima Nation in Washington, who have their own tribal utilities. And in the case of the CSKT, the tribe actually owns a hydroelectric generation facility, the Kerr Dam that's on their reservation. They own that. So some tribes are very advanced and have very developed energy policies and development plans. And then there's other tribes that are just beginning to look at that now. So that's something that we have to bear in mind as we approach these tribes, that the level of expertise and familiarity varies dramatically across Indian country. And it's really it's a void that organizations like Navajo Power are doing a great job filling as they bring energy education to these tribal communities, and they serve as this intermediary between tribes that are ready to engage and the federal government that has this funding ready to engage now, and entities like Navajo Power, and there are others, and like Warm Springs, for example, in Oregon, that have that are developing and have a very strong energy program. So there's lots of room for growth, and there's lots of engagement to be done. It's actually a very exciting time with the tribes and energy right now.
Great, thanks for that. All right, we have a question from Marcus Pearson, and it's for Chelsea or others. You mentioned the cost of remediation and site prep prior to clean energy redeployment. Are there private investors, foundations, other groups that have shown a willingness to cover costs, whether or not for a financial return? So Chelsea, yeah, how about you go ahead and kick that off, and we'll see if others have some insight too.
Yeah, short answer is definitely yes. And then I think one thing to note is that with abandoned coal mine sites, there has traditionally just not, or historically just not been enough money for reclamation. But now with the bipartisan infrastructure law funding, there is a lot more money for reclamation. So I think that might help in some situations for reclamation to occur. And there's a particular interest in using the bipartisan infrastructure law funding for abandoned mine lands in ways that helps to facilitate economic development. So working with the state to ensure the state agencies that are implementing that funding, maybe to target funding or target reclamation in places where projects are more likely that, that's a potential opportunity for clean energy developers or economic development folks that are interested in trying to drive more of these kinds of projects. But then beyond that, yeah, I do think we have heard some interest from private investors. Our organization has successfully taken advantage of anything like that, just because we don't hold land. We don't, we're just not in a position to take advantage of that. But I think your next presentation from the Nature Conservancy will have a really great answer to this question.
Great, thank you. Does anyone else want to take that on with any funding opportunities or insights?
I think it's another opportunity for partnerships. I mean, I understand that, the EPA, for example, encourages reuse of properties that have been already damaged by landfills or mining or other things. And I think it's really a great chance to partner between tribes and other stakeholders and government entities to help bring some of that funding. And as Chelsea mentioned, some of that funding is finally being unleashed. And I'm really excited to see how those partnerships turn out, but certainly would encourage folks to pursue it with that kind of a mindset. It kind of takes a village, but what a great result for the community to bring these lands back to productive benefit. And it does take a while and there is risk, but those things can be managed. And if you have a commitment for the long haul, then we can do some pretty great things.
Great, thank you. Well, I will just check in real quick with our DOE colleagues to make sure that we just got one more question just in under the wire from Chris Gassman. And he asks, are there good frameworks for engagement or capacity building we should keep in mind? I'm aware of the Marshall Plan for Middle America Roadmap. Are there others? So we've kind of touched on this a little bit, but I'm wondering if folks have specific insight on maybe, the Marshall Plan for Middle America or other sort of options. And whoever, feel free to jump in.
I can jump in on this one just real quick. I guess it's something we deal with every day at Navajo Power. How do we help a tribe with capacity building? And it really has to come from within. So if you're an outside developer and you don't already have relationships with tribes, there's a couple things that you can do. One, you can partner with a group like Navajo Power or NGO like Indigenized or another group that's actively working in the community already and ask them for advice on how can we participate in a meaningful way that's going to be respectful and help with the capacity building. Another way is if you're interested in working with a tribe is to seek out professionals from the tribe that already have traditional knowledge, contacts, network, professional experience working there, and include them as part of your core development team, really from the beginning, so that you can inform your own company's decision-making and understand how best work with that tribe and for that specific tribe. So those are things to think about when engaging with the community so you can have a positive impact on the capacity building.
Great. Does anyone else want to, go ahead, Brandy, and then maybe Chris,
I'll just add quickly, one thing or one resource that I have used is through the Just Transition Fund, and I've never worked directly with them, but they have a blueprint for transition on their website, and that has been super helpful. I mean, it's really just an outline of coal communities and the process. So that's a great resource that we've used.
Great, thank you. Chris.
Blue Green Alliance, we put together a document, and I'll throw it in the chat here, the link to it. It's kind of a lengthy. Well, maybe I'll find a better link and send it. It's a Just Transition sort of toolkit that compiles a variety of things, and one of the parts to that does specifically list a number of different models that states can look to in thinking about building capacity and so forth. One of the ones that I think is one of the most interesting ones is actually like a very one you wouldn't think of, and it's actually from History Colorado, which is a state agency here in Colorado. They have an initiative called the Museum of Memory, and what they do is they go to communities and they listen. They actually cause they say, hey, we would like to hear your story. Like, tell us about your family history. Tell us about who you are. We'll add it to the state's permanent history record. And through that storytelling initiative about people's history, universally, what happens is in a group setting, folks that are participating realize, and they start to share, our community, our region is really important and really worth saving and really unique. And what we collectively believe need to happen are X, Y, and Z. And starting that creative juices flowing is a a big part to developing an in-depth CEDS process or an economic development strategy that brings a whole different perspective forward that ordinarily wouldn't be present. And we hear of a number of different economic development agencies leveraging similar storytelling initiatives that are very much, individual focused, and then, put into a group setting of sorts that really kick off an interesting and constructive dialogue and planning.
Great, thanks for that. Well, I really appreciate all of the questions from the audience. I think that was a really good discussion from folks. So I wanted to give our panelists just a couple of minutes each to give any concluding remarks, last thoughts that you have for, I think, both the DOE kind of government team listening in, and then also any of our audience. So we'll go ahead and kind of do the same order that we started in the beginning, and start off with Chris.
I just really appreciate the conversation today and being asked to be here. Once again, I think workers are a critical part to this discussion and how we can evolve and expand and grow beyond where we are in fossil fuels communities, economic diversification and so forth. Things that I mentioned here are interesting parts to that equation. But I think, the opportunities that mine lands present are really fascinating. And I think DOE, you all and Berkeley Lab there later today and yesterday, there's been some discussion about sort of the subsurface geology that is like really over my head, but fantastic information about the intrinsic natural characteristics of mines that may present unique opportunities for new energy development, whether it's geothermal, whether it's heat storage subsurface. Wow, interesting, amazing stuff. So I think this is a fantastic venue and a really a brain trust of folks who really are the right people to drive this conversation forward. And I just appreciate being here.
Great, thanks, Chris. Well, we appreciated your perspective today. Brian, anything you'd want to add?
Well, first of all, I want to thank all the panelists for being here today. It's been an absolute pleasure listening to you all and the wealth of information and knowledge that you've brought. And I'd like to thank everybody that's registered to participate in this and has an interest in OCED and this possibility to work on mine lands with clean energy demonstrations. Now, in terms of your tribal engagement, I would say you're in good hands. We are busy working with our tribal partners across the country in advance of these provisions, building these connections, talking with tribal leadership and engaging with them to prepare them for this sort of wave of public money that's about to be unleashed on the country. OCED alone has $22.5 billion to spend on clean energy demonstrations, and the tribes are central to that. So we are busy building those connections and utilizing existing connections, because DOE has many offices and many faces all across the country, and we're leaning on a lot of local expertise and a lot of local relationships that existed. So when you come to us, we will guide you on your tribal consultation. We'll give you good advice, introduce you to the tribes as needed, or as Jen said, if you've already reached out to them and have developed those communications, all the better. But I would say don't be intimidated by it. Don't be worried about engaging with the tribes. Good things come of it. It will strengthen your project. It'll make it more in tune with your local community and bring something that these local communities really need and could benefit from, and develop these long-lasting partnerships. So I'm looking forward to seeing applications and to working with some of you in the future.
Great. Thanks so much, Brian. Jennifer.
I really just have to echo a lot of what Brian just said. Don't be intimidated. There's a lot of good that can happen from partnerships. The tribal communities are interested in investment. They're interested in doing business. That you just need to spend some time understanding each tribal nation that you'd like to work with. And really just approach it in an individual way. And I think that there's a lot of funding finally being unlocked. I mean, in the past, there's been funding to help with tribal projects, but sometimes it really hasn't been accessible for a lot of reasons. And I think that that is changing, and there's an understanding that there needs to be some new mechanisms to help make it accessible. And part of that is providing some technology transfer, education, grant writing resources, really lowering the barriers to applying and partnering. And you as developers can help do that as well. And so looking forward to working with more of you and sharing some of the lessons learned that we have from Navajo Power, and getting more tribes to be able to, really be in charge of their own energy sovereignty and their own energy futures. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. Brandy.
Yeah, I just want to echo what the panel said. Thank you so much for this opportunity and to be able to talk from Wyoming's perspective. We're in a little bit different perspective than other parts of this nation because we are still mining. We have those reclamation bonds in place so that the mines are actually using their employees to reclaim. So I guess what I would like to just drive home is that Wyoming's being super proactive in trying to find other uses for coal and move away from that thermal coal. They just received funding, just completed the construction of the Wyoming Innovation Center in Gillette, which is really taking coal and processing it into products, not burning it. And so we've got all these proactive things that are happening in Wyoming. And so I would really urge DOE and other federal agencies as they put these programs together. I understand the Justice 40 requirements, but Wyoming is not a distressed community yet. It will be if we don't do something now. And so hopefully as you look at programs, try to keep in mind that we need assistance to make these transitions now before we are laying off everybody in our state. So again, thanks for the opportunity. The other thing I just want to add is to make sure that we have the landowners and the mine operators at the table. I think that's super important, and it hasn't really been said out loud yet today. So thanks again.
Yeah, thanks, Brandy. Very good points. Chelsea, you get the final word, so go ahead.
No, look out. No, I think y'all have covered it really well. Really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this discussion. I think, from the community perspective in Central Appalachia, the coalfield region here, I think there's just a lot of fear about new energy development and what that's going to look like and the impacts that it's going to have as the region is still grappling with the remnants of the former coal industry. So I think there's just a lot of fear and anxiety around energy development that I think good community engagement early on can help to ease, and we can work more collaboratively for good, successful projects that will benefit the community. And so I'm so glad to hear you all talking about the importance of community engagement and the Justice 40 initiative. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this all works out. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And thanks to all the panelists. I thought that was a great conversation and discussion. So I will turn back to whoever is next.
This is Pat Dobson here at LBL. Wants to thank the panel for a really spectacular discussion of the issues of community and economic development. And it's a really rich topic with lots of different facets, and really thank everyone for sharing their insights. It's just a lot of information to absorb. So Sheila, and Jillian, and Chris, any comments from your end before we move on to the next phase of the discussion?
Hey, Pat. Wanted to just echo kind of a really, really good conversation that we had. And also thank you to once again, thank you to the panelists. A wealth of knowledge there, as well as the folks asking questions. Really appreciate that. Keep them coming. Keep that energy coming throughout the rest of our sessions. The more we can try and foster a discussion in this virtual environment, it's just the better for everyone participating. But that's all I have. Thanks again, everyone.
And I guess I have just a quick comment too, that I did also appreciate that we had a nice long time to really discuss these things thoroughly. And I also feel like we really need to be creative in getting some of these projects to work well in these areas. So I think that was helpful. And I think that what one of the panelists said about finding developers that are really amenable to do this, because I've worked with developers before and they can be shy away from projects like this, but there are developers out there that are creative and really want to make a difference in this area.
And I just want to call it to people's attention. There was a link posted to the Colstrip, Montana CEDS document, and so that might be of real interest to folks just to learn more about that, because I think one of the things we heard is that in many instances, the rural communities where these mines have been located don't have the economic or the technical resources to create these planning documents and to really evaluate the potential benefits and impacts, both positive and negative, of these types of projects on their communities, and the ability to even put together these types of proposals needed to obtain the type of to secure the funding for these projects. So trying to identify, getting over that hurdle of how do these communities partner with groups that allow them to do this. And it's really encouraging to hear, but at least in the state of Wyoming, that there's a statewide program to really try and provide the resources needed for doing these types of projects. Any comments, Jillian, from your end?
I mean, I don't think I have anything else to add that hasn't been said already. Just again, thank you so much to all the panelists. We really appreciate all the questions from the attendees. So keep them coming. And yeah, I think this was just a really, really rich and valuable discussion. And I've been just, ferociously taking notes, and I'm sure others from the DOE side have as well. And again, thank you. This is we want to continue the discussion as well. So, if this is this conversation has jogged your memory and you want to connect with us to continue the discussion, of course, we welcome that. So I'll drop our email in the chat again. Reach out to us. We're all ears, and keep all the questions and the discussion coming. Thank you.
Great. So we've got about 5 minutes before we're scheduled for Brad to kick off his presentation on solar power projects and Appalachian coal land. So I guess we can either take a quick stretch break and have people have a chance to sort of get up and walk around for a few minutes, and we can reconvene in 5 minutes time, and Brad will be able to kick us off with something that was this identified by Chelsea as a really exciting example of how to do these types of projects in mine land. So 5 minutes for folks to walk around, and we'll rejoin right then at 9:45 West Coast time, 12:45 East Coast time.
I'll just mention that I'm dropping off a link as a feedback form to this workshop, as well as the technical assistant feedback. So I know some people, you're supposed to fill in the form at the end of the workshop, but some people may leave because of other things. So before you leave, we ask you if you can fill in this form. Well, greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Yingqi. And I just wanted to reiterate, this feedback is really, really valuable to us. It helps us plan better workshops in the future. Also, if you have more information you want to share with us, this is one opportunity to do so. Again, Yingqi just mentioned that there is feedback for the technical assistance component of the program. So I went over that yesterday, where we're providing technical assistance to folks who are developing these projects. And so we really want to hear from you what type of technical assistance would be helpful for you. And so this is a way for us to kind of collect that feedback. So I really encourage you to fill out this feedback form. You can do it now, you can do it later, but it would be really, really helpful for us to hear from you. So yeah, thank you so much in advance for filling out the form. And then you'd also don't have to fill it all out if it's a little overwhelming. Just fill out the parts that you want to. Any responses are valuable.
I hope everyone has enjoyed their short break, and I think it's time to move forward to hear about Brad's case study on solar power projects on former Appalachian coal land. So I don't know if Jillian, you or Yingxi have a more formal introduction for Brad at the Nature Conservancy.
Well, I don't have a lot to say. I would leave Brad to introduce himself, but Brad has experience in, or he is leading large community-based conservation program in Southwest Virginia and Northwest Tennessee. So I'll just leave it to him to introduce himself. Thank you. Brad,
Okay,
take it away.
thanks. Yep, can you all hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. I'll get my video, my presentation up, but really glad to be with you all today. My name is Brad Krebs. I'm with the Nature Conservancy. I'm with the Virginia program, and I direct our work in the Clinch Valley of far southwestern Virginia. So I'm going to talk to you about some work that the Nature Conservancy has been pursuing, primarily in the Virginia coal fields, to try to identify and repurpose some former coal mining sites for renewable energy. So really glad to be here. I had a chance to participate in the workshop in Oak Ridge earlier this, I guess it was last month. And so I'm going to give a similar presentation of what I gave there. And what I'll try to do is spend about 25-30 minutes going through these slides and just discussing the projects, and then leave some time for Q&A at the end. Can you all see my screen, my presentation okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. Well, before I dive in, let me just say that the work that the Nature Conservancy is pursuing on solar development on former coal mining sites in Virginia is part of a bigger effort that the organization has underway across the United States to try to identify and repurpose previously mined lands with new renewable energy investments and projects. We call that broader effort the Mining the Sun initiative, and there are many states, both in the East and the Appalachian region, as well as out West, that are working together to try to bring new investment to these former mining sites and support communities that have provided energy to the country for many years, and try to create new opportunities through the renewable investments that are coming along. So just want to make the point that this is part of a bigger effort that TNC has underway. So what I'll focus on today, the picture you're seeing here in this first slide is a former surface coal mining site in Wise County, Virginia, called the Red Onion Surface Mine. And I'll have a number of different pictures along the way here with my presentation, but this just gives you a visual understanding of one of the sites that we are currently working to repurpose for solar energy development. All the sites that we're working on were previously mined for coal, sometimes multiple times over the years. And now we hope that they present opportunities for us to bring a new chapter in energy development through the form of solar energy development. So our projects are utility scale solar on former coal mines.
Brad, before you go forward, I think you're on the wrong presenter mode. So if you could go to presenter mode rather than, because right now we can see what your next slide is as well.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's see how I can fix that.
It might be on display settings.
Display settings. Let's see.
At the top, I could.
I don't see that.
Do you see just above your PowerPoint, it says show taskbar, display settings, and slideshow?
And sometimes if you have multiple screens, it may show up one way on one screen and another way on another.
Huh. Sorry about that.
Or maybe if you stop sharing or stop presenting and then represent, that could also.
Okay, let me try that. Okay. Let's see if this works. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
Is that?
No.
Let's see.
Do you see right above that where you just press pause? It says display settings.
No, I don't see that on my computer, unfortunately.
As an option, you could just go back to your slide sorter mode and make the left bar just so if you escape out of this.
Let me stop sharing real quick.
And just go back to your PowerPoint, your general PowerPoint mode that you see when you first open it.
Yeah, for some reason, my whole PowerPoint is now locked up.
Should I drive your presentation?
Yeah, sure. Let's try that.
Fun with Zoom and PowerPoint.
Yeah, sorry, y'all. I apologize for that. Yeah, I'm locked into my.
We've all been there.
Yeah, we have.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Yeah, thank you. You can go to the second slide. Let's just do it that way. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. So let me just give a little bit of context for the work we're doing with solar on mine lands. This is part of what we call our Cumberland Forest project, which is a really ambitious project that the Nature Conservancy has underway in Central Appalachia, primarily Virginia, Eastern Kentucky, and Northeast Tennessee in the coal fields. And a couple years ago, we put together one of the largest acquisitions that the Nature Conservancy has ever done in the Eastern United States in the acquisition of the Cumberland Forest property. So it totals about 250,000 acres. It's a footprint larger than Shenandoah National Park, just to give you a sense of scale. And through this project, we have acquired 2 large surface estates, former coal mining estates, in the coal fields. And we're working really hard to manage these properties in ways that are not just good for conservation and wildlife, but also can create benefits for people through connecting with local economies and supporting economic diversification. And the solar work on mine lands is part of that broader strategy. I'm going to primarily talk about the work in the orange property in the top right of this map, which is what we call the Highlands property in Virginia. You can go to the next slide. Just advance it again one more time. And one more time. So this just shows the context of these 2 properties in the Cumberland Forest in Virginia and Tennessee and Kentucky within the broader context of the Appalachian Mountains. The Nature Conservancy is working at the scale of the entire Appalachian Mountain region. It's one of the top 4 areas for us globally to demonstrate important conservation work in response to the need for biodiversity conservation and addressing the needs of climate change. So these 2 projects, again, part of a much bigger effort to demonstrate how in the Appalachians, we can develop innovative strategies that can help us address the incredible challenges we face with climate change. And the 2 primary ways that we are doing that in the Appalachians is 1, focusing on the conservation and management and protection of the region's forests, which are a tremendous source of storing carbon and helping us address climate change through natural solutions. But then on the other side is pursuing well-sited renewable energy projects on previously disturbed mine land. So it's kind of 2 parts of a larger strategy around climate in the Appalachians. You can go forward. And everything we're doing in the Cumberland Forest project and in the Appalachians, when we think about managing this 250,000 acres of land, we're trying to hit a sweet spot where we do really good things for nature and wildlife. But again, we also address the needs of our local communities and find ways to connect with and support economic diversification strategies in the coalfields region, which, as others have talked about, is really going through profound changes as the coal industry continues to play a smaller and smaller role in the overall economy of the region. And so the solar projects really fit into this sweet spot for us, in addition to the work we're doing around forestry and recreation and a whole variety of other strategies on these properties. You can go forward. This is just one of the pictures of the Cumberland Forest property in Tennessee and Kentucky. The reason I have this picture in here is just to emphasize that the majority of the acres that we are protecting and managing through Cumberland Forest are forested lands, and keeping those lands in forest and managing the forest for all the benefits they provide, whether it's clean air, carbon storage, recreational opportunities, sustainable timber products, et cetera. Those are the priorities for us in the forested portions of this 253,000 acres and across the Appalachians. Maintaining these forests as forests is really our top strategy. But if you go to the next slide, what we have on these properties, and this is very characteristic of the whole Central Appalachian Coalfields region, is that within those vast forest lands that characterize our project and the region more broadly, we have many lands that look like what you see in the foreground of this picture, which are non-forested, disturbed former mining sites. And so it's these types of sites that you're seeing in the foreground of this picture that we are really keying in on and focusing on in these projects where we're trying to repurpose mine lands for solar. We have a very specific goal as the Nature Conservancy of really trying to be an advocate for smart siting when it comes to renewable energy. And we want to try to find places where we can develop solar projects and other renewable projects in ways that are low conflict from the perspective of conserving and protecting important natural areas like forests, wetlands, and other important natural features. So this is really an effort on Cumberland Forest to demonstrate smart siting by really keying in on non-forested, previous disturbed portions of this property so that we can avoid pursuing clean energy, renewable energy development on forested lands. You can keep going. I think there might be you can go one more. So I want to talk to you a little bit about how we arrived at our sites, and then I want to talk a little bit about the partnerships on the development of the sites, and then share a little bit about the opportunities and challenges that we're seeing as we go through this. So after we acquired the Cumberland Forest properties a couple of years ago, we realized that we had a potential opportunity to try to target some of the former mine lands embedded in these properties for solar development. And we knew that we were going to need a lot of support and help to figure that out. And one of the first places that we went to was consulting with the Virginia Department of Energy and getting input from them and help from them on data and information that pertained to some factors that contribute to suitability for solar sites on former mine land. So we got as much information as we could on the existing utility infrastructure, the topography, current roads and access issues, the understanding where there were current mining activities and where mining had been completed and reclamation had been finished. Just kind of pulling all that information together to help us get a preliminary sense of where we may have suitable sites for solar development. You can go forward. We also wanted to apply some of our own conservation layers to our thinking around solar siting. And so in addition to all those factors like utility infrastructure, topography, et cetera, we also developed some layers that helped us identify what we called go and no-go areas on our property for solar development. And in terms of finding places that we said go solar, we were looking also at trying to mask out and take off the table all of our forested acres, all of the acres in the property that we have dedicated for carbon storage through forest management. We looked at additional things like priority recreation areas in local communities and on parts of the property that are a priority for recreation. We looked at wildlife habitat components. So we looked at a lot of different additional factors so that we could, for ourselves, develop a siting map where we could have a sense of where we were, felt like solar would be very compatible with our broader goals for the project, and where we might potentially have conflicts with solar and didn't really want to promote as far as opportunities for solar development. You can go to the next slide. So that really helped us get ourselves in a position to go out and then begin engaging the private development community, solar companies, to come look at the Cumberland Forest properties and make their own determinations about our sites that we had identified as potentially compatible and see what they thought about them and what types of projects they might propose. So I'm going to share with you, now going forward, sort of how we found our companies that are working with us on this project, what we're learning, opportunities and challenges, and how we're approaching this. I will say that you're going to get the perspective of the landowner in this case. So we are the landowner pursuing solar development in coordination with companies who essentially are going to be, for lack of a better term, renting or leasing portions of the land we own and manage for solar development. So just keep that in mind, that this is a landowner perspective. So go back to the last slide for a quick second, please. So when we went out to market, essentially, to try to identify companies that we thought we could work with well, we put together a competitive request for proposals package, went out to about 20, 25 companies, and we prioritized three things when we were looking at proposals from solar companies. One, as a landowner, we needed to understand the financial considerations for what it would look like for us to potentially lease land for solar development. So there's a financial component to our evaluation of companies and projects. We were very interested in the environmental perspective and commitments of the companies and how they would approach site management, as well as just their broader environmental perspective and commitments. And then we were also keenly interested, kind of to the panel discussion previously, about community benefits and how companies would approach local communities and the creation of positive outcomes for communities through these projects. You can go forward. So after about a 5 or 6 month process, we landed on 2 collaborations. We have one collaboration with Sun Tribe, which is a private solar development company based in Charlottesville, Virginia. They have an important partnership with Sol Systems. So we have one relationship there, and then we have a second collaboration with Dominion Energy, which is one of Virginia's largest utilities. So all told, we've identified 6 sites that we have now placed under option agreements with these companies, 5 with Sun Tribe and Sol Systems and 1 with Dominion. We anticipate around 120 megawatts total generation across these sites. They cover about 1,500 acres. We announced these partnerships last year, a little more than a year ago. So we're still in the early part of our project development, and we anticipate a 3 to 4 year pre-development period before we would reach the stage of going to construction on these sites. So our earliest anticipated construction would be in late 2024, but most of the projects you're probably looking at 25, 26. So we're still a ways off on that. We've got to go through a lot of really important pre-development steps. So right now, the companies are working on site assessment, project design, coordination with mineral owners. We are a surface estate owner, and we have separate mineral owners that have to be brought in and coordinated with for these projects to be successful. And that's going to be true of all projects in the Central Appalachian Coalfields region. A lot of work on, engaging with local officials on preliminary discussions around siting agreements and project design. There's a whole state level permitting process that goes on. A lot of work around interconnection studies and interconnection agreements with utilities, as well as purchase agreements for the power itself. So a lot of pieces of work that are all going on, simultaneously right now in the pre-development stage. Another important thing that will happen as we get a little closer to certainty around the projects and construction and having all the permits in place will be implementing a community benefits plan, which is a requirement that we put in place for our agreements with our companies. And so both companies will pursue a process of stakeholder engagement to receive input and ideas about ways in which their projects can make contributions that benefit local community needs. Each project will have a community benefits plan budget that's tied to the capacity generation on the projects themselves. And so we're really excited about that component. It comes a little later in the process once the companies have clear line of sight to all permits and construction. But that will be a really important precursor to these projects moving forward into construction and operation. And once they're built, we anticipate a 35 to 40 year operating period. So, you know, obviously these projects, once they're in place, they will be operating for quite some time. You can go to the next slide. This is just another picture example, you know, of another one of our sites. Again, the focus is on the area in the foreground, the non-forested area, or the area that has just a mix of shrubs, which most of which are invasive species, but not pushing development into the forested lands. Some characteristics of our sites would be that all of the sites that we're pursuing right now, the mining has occurred quite some time ago. The sites have been fully reclaimed. All bonds have been released. You know, these sites are in the clear in terms of their history as an area of active coal production. There are other projects in the region that the Nature Conservancy is not a part of, but have other companies pursuing projects in West Virginia, Kentucky that are a little closer to the active mining stage. And so there's important work going on figuring out how you transition active mines and go through the reclamation of active sites into a post-mining land use of renewable energy. And that's some really important learning that's going on. Our sites are not really like that. They haven't been mined in a while, so they have a different profile from that perspective. But understanding and learning about the ways in which these sites can be appropriately transitioned from a coal mining reality to a post-mining land use of solar is a really important learning element for the projects. You can go forward. This is just a map that kind of shows how our areas that we're pursuing for development key in on those go solar areas and really meet our siting criteria for avoiding conflicts and impacts with forests. Some of the areas, you know, extend beyond the green and the yellow, which are primary of go areas for solar, but that doesn't mean they're going to get developed. It just means the lease area is broader than that. It just has to do with the way the properties are configured. But we're really driving the development towards those low conflict areas that allow us to protect the surrounding forests while we pursue the repurposing of these non-forested mine lands for solar. You can keep going. And I would just emphasize that, you know, our projects and the other projects that are being advanced in the region by other solar companies, this is all proof of concept. You know, to my knowledge, we don't have any built solar utility scale solar projects on former coal mines in Appalachia yet. And so this is a tremendous learning opportunity that we're going through. Sorry about the all the noise in the background. So we're learning a lot, and we're sharing what we're learning with other companies that are working in other parts of the region to try to learn how to do this right and figure out how we account for the unique qualities of these mine lands. I think Chelsea or someone mentioned in the previous panel, it's a little more expensive to do this work. So we're trying to figure out how to overcome those hurdles. But there are also opportunities in terms of community support and receptivity to repurposing these former mine sites and creating a new generation of energy development opportunity through renewables. So just a lot of learning going on, and we're excited to share that as we continue to pursue these projects. You can keep going. That's just a picture of a smaller scale site that is now actually under development with solar panels on it in Wise County, actually by Sun Tribe, our development partner on Cumberland Forest. That's part of a data center project in Wise County. So that may be one of the first sites with panels on the ground, which is really exciting. You can go to the next slide. So I've kind of touched on some of the lessons learned throughout the throughout the talk, but maybe just to summarize a few things, and then I'll stop and just see what questions we can get into. But certainly learning a lot as we go through this. Some of the things that are have come up, like all solar projects, it seems like right now, particularly in our region, one of the challenges has been the pace of the interconnection study process, especially for transmission scale projects that are going to try to go to the wholesale market with PJM. There's been a real slowdown in project review, and that's been challenging. So a little bit of challenge on the interconnection study side of things. Our companies are trying to figure out ways to work around that where they can. Certainly, the divided mineral estates and the surface estates in Central Appalachia is an important characteristic of these projects. That is something that we have to figure out. So, you know, again, we're a surface estate owner. We have third-party mineral owners that have rights, you know, to these areas as well. So we need to find the right way to work with them to get them on board with the project. And so that's another element of learning that we're going through. You know, we've also learned the connection between policy and projects on the ground. When we went out and solicited proposals from companies for Cumberland Forest, one of the things we found that was really interesting was that most of the interest and the energy was focused on the Virginia property within the Cumberland Forest portfolio. Kentucky and Tennessee, we have one project in Tennessee, none in Kentucky right now. We hope to change that. But one of the things we've learned is that some of the Virginia policy levers that are really signaling that the state wants to see an advancement of renewables through the Virginia Clean Economy Act, which actually has a carve out for solar on mine lands and brownfields. You know, it sends a signal to the market that Virginia really wants to see solar investment. Having those policies really helped bring developers into a stronger focus in Virginia than the other states that don't have similar incentives right now from a policy perspective. So, you know, that was another really important lesson learned. I think we're also learning that in our communities at this point, and obviously we want to continue to have good community engagement and learn more, but initially there's a lot of receptivity and interest and excitement in the idea of repurposing these former mine sites, these previously disturbed areas with renewable energy. Again, our region has a long history of energy generation, and from what we're hearing, there's excitement around the opportunity to bring solar in as a new chapter in that long history and tradition of being an energy producer, a region that supplies energy. So reinvesting in these sites to create a new generation of value, new tax revenues, new opportunities has been well received. There have been other areas, as I think one of the panelists mentioned earlier, where there's been a lot more pushback and conflict around bringing you know, utility scale renewables into a community. So what we're seeing here, at least, is receptivity on that front, which is really encouraging. So those are a few observations. Certainly, maybe we can get into a little more specific discussion in Q&A. But I think what I'll do is stop there. And again, you know, we're still at the pre-development phase, learning a lot, excited about over the next couple of years, getting to construction, getting solar panels out there, generating new tax revenues, supporting the expansion of the renewable energy economy in the Central Appalachian coal fields. So really glad to be part of this work. And I'll stop there and just see what kinds of questions we have. So thanks. Sorry for all the background noise too.
Thanks so much. That was really great. I'll just read off a few of the questions that we have in the Q&A. So
Sure.
The first one is, has Virginia DEP and/or SCC provided any streamlining of the permitting process to help facilitate these projects? If not, would that be something the Commonwealth could do to help the repurposing of these former mine lands?
That's a great question. I'm not going to be able to really answer it in depth, but I can generally say yes. There are mechanisms within the way the permit by rule process in Virginia goes with respect to projects that are on previously disturbed areas like mine lands and brownfields that allow for a bit more of a streamlined process. And the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality, it really handles that overall. So can certainly follow up with that person on details, but the general answer is yes, there are some ways to make that permitting easier.
Okay, great, thanks. What plans and bonding requirements have been put in place for closure and decommissioning and site cleanup at the end of the solar project life?
That's a great question too. Well, I can tell you what we're doing. As a landowner, we have specific terms in our agreements with the solar companies with respect to requirements for decommission, removing all the facilities when the project comes to an end, reclaiming the site back to its pre-project condition. So we have those in place through our agreements as a landowner. I don't know the extent to which, I think that'll be kind of another learning element, but the extent to which similar sorts of assurances could be created and provided for in the local land use agreements with the counties. But certainly I would imagine that that opportunity exists. So there may be several layers of how you get that type of assurance.
So you mentioned that you look for sites that were reclaimed years ago rather than active sites. Can you comment on some of the technical challenges you have dealt with associated with developing solar in areas where reclamation work was not designed and executed in solar with solar in mind as the post-mining land use plan?
Sure. Yeah, I can comment a little bit on that. So two of the things that our companies have been really focused on in terms of geotechnical considerations, one would be just what we would call it, like the differential settlement of the mining site. So when the sites were reclaimed for mining, they didn't have solar in mind. They were focused on reestablishing contour, getting things vegetated and stable. But you have a mix of particle sizes, for lack of a better description, when you reclaim a mine site, everything from school bus size boulders to fines, and really small materials. And it's very common that sites that are reclaimed will settle and move over time. And so trying to account for that potential for settlement, is one major consideration. And so, our companies have worked with local engineers who, have a history in playing a consulting role for mining companies, but now are also, starting to look at solar sites and try to be helpful on that front. And so one of the things we are learning is that our older sites likely pose a lower potential for settlement at a level that would cause problems, for the mining sites or for the solar panels. I can't really speak to sites that are more recently reclaimed because we don't have any of those in our portfolio right now. But I know just in general conversation that is a consideration and something that people are looking at and trying to figure out. Because it's going to be really important for those sites to be stable for the future installation of solar facilities.
Great, thank you. Developing a solar project in forest areas will have considerable growth, as shown in the picture. How would you deal with that?
Right. So in the perimeter, so our lease boundary areas, are kind of around the extent of the non-forested land. There has to be an allowance for if there's shading or some kind of impact from the adjacent forest land. If trees hit certain height, there may be a need to manage some of those adjacent trees, to make sure there's compatibility with the solar project. So we've contemplated that in our agreements. There's basically a process by which we would work with the solar companies to figure that out and accommodate for that issue. Within the sites themselves, obviously, there's also a vegetative management need to make sure that vegetative growth doesn't impact the solar projects. And that's another consideration that's being developed and worked on. And thinking about the best way to manage that vegetation and options there between compatible grazing, mowing. How do you do it? Those are all kind of emerging conversations that are still active and still we haven't settled on any particular approach yet. But that's something that's we're looking at as well.
Can you expand a bit on the community benefits plan and if TNC as the landowner requested this, or how incorporating this type of plan from the beginning came about?
Yeah, great question. So again, kind of back to the pillars of our overall Cumberland Forest project, and really the way we're trying to work in the Appalachians more broadly. We're trying to approach projects with that triangle of nature, economy, and community. So we knew going in that in pursuing solar, we wanted to come up with tangible wins and outcomes on all those front. So we kind of went into the whole effort of engaging companies with just, being really clear that trying to figure out how we go above and beyond and better than business as usual on the community benefit side was just part of what it was going to be like to do business with the Nature Conservancy on these projects. So proposing a community benefits plan was basically a prerequisite to our whole proposal process. I will say that in Virginia, through the Virginia Clean Economy Act, there are some good mechanisms in that policy around community benefits. There are revenue sharing options that the legislation mandates developers explore with localities. There are options for siting agreements. So there's kind of a pretty good baseline there within the legislation. But we wanted to have, in addition to any of that, we wanted to have specific agreements on a project by project basis that tied into community benefit. The way ours are set up, generally speaking, they prioritize 3 areas. One is workforce development. One is just kind of understanding local community capital needs that are in their capital infrastructure plans. And then another piece is around just environmental benefits and management that could pertain to certain options around site management that could be good from an environmental perspective. So we kind of laid that framework out. We won't know the details of the commitments until we go through kind of the stakeholder engagement process to receive ideas and input and have the companies finalize those plans. But once they finalize the plans, again, there's a budget that will be established for each plan. And those plans are basically a prerequisite to us executing a long-term lease for the project. So we just felt strongly that we needed to build all those considerations into the way we were going to do business on these sites.
Okay, thanks so much. This is really helpful information for all of us. I have another one. Have you as a landowner and the developer project owner overcome potential environmental and hazardous material risk and liability as it relates to the forming mining operations? Have the EPA or state agencies provided any sort of comfort levels or indemnifications to protect you from future issues? Thinking about things like arsenic, selenium, acid mine drainage, etc., that may get linked back to you as the project owner.
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. I'll try to answer it. So again, our particular sites, the mining permits have been released for a long time. So they went through the reclamation process required under the Surface Mine Control and Reclamation Act. They went through the bond releases that had to happen. They had to meet all those performance standards, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so those sites have been, the sites have been fully released from that process. And through that process, there's a lot of, checks and balances and requirements for getting the sites to a good condition post mining. So you've kind of got that element where we've been through all that already. That being said, all the sites, the companies will still do their own, phase 1 assessments, of the sites, and will look for any potential, issues that cause concern, and we'll have to, work through that together if we have any of those things. So, there's kind of multiple layers of that. And if we find problems that we need to deal with, we'll have to figure that out. But again, the reclamation work from the mining perspective has been completed for quite some time, in some cases more than a decade. I hope I'm answering the question. If I'm not, let me know. I can.
Yeah, if the person who asked that question wants to respond, they can just do so in the Q&A, and I'll relay that message. So another question, have you examined co-located storage as part of any comprehensive renewable project?
We would love to look at that. We have one site that we think will be part of a broader concept in Southwest Virginia called the Energy Delta Lab, which is kind of like a whole different presentation, but that would potentially incorporate storage. And so we are definitely excited and interested in trying to add a storage component to the projects where it makes sense and works. And we're hopeful that some of the sites will lend themselves to that. Yes. Battery storage, that would be at this point, is what we're looking at.
Great. The questions just keep coming in, so apologize for the rapid fire. But
no, that's fine. No worries.
The next one is, has the Conservancy considered an albedo modification to offset the heat island effect of dark solar panels? Out west, we are considering using white rock between panels to mitigate the albedo impacts of dark solar panels placed over generally less dark natural lands.
No, we haven't. That's new to me. Would be glad to receive some information on that. But no, we haven't looked at that.
Great. Yeah, Stephen, if you want to send any further information, I can relay that over to Brad as well. And then the last one I have here is, are you looking at any type of on-site energy? Oh, that was one that we already answered. Okay, so let me just kick it over to Chris. I think he had a few questions as well.
Yeah, I'll be brief because I know we're running out of time, but Brad, really nice presentation. I'm just kind of curious to clarify. So do you have any stake in the project besides just being the leasee? So in other words, you just have a contract to lease the land and that's it? Or is there any kind of partnership or anything like that?
Yeah, we're kind of like a landlord a plus, I guess.
Okay.
From a financial standpoint, no, we're just renting. Just think of us as a landlord from the financial side. Like, we don't have a financial stake in the projects beyond the agreement we would make around a rental payment for the lease of the area. On the community side and the environmental side, we're trying to be as proactive and helpful as we can, as from the Nature Conservancy's perspective of wanting to see, wins on all those fronts. So we're helping to facilitate, conversations and engagements with, with local interests. We're helping to facilitate conversations with third-party mineral owners, trying to build bridges wherever we can. So we're playing an active role as a landowner.
Okay. And just a quick thing about you don't have to obviously give up, information about what the terms of these leases are, but I'm curious, is it consistent with leases on non-impact or non-mine lands?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We tested the market through, kind of a competitive process that was keyed in on these disturbed lands, not really relative to green fields or undisturbed sites. So I don't really have good data to compare. My suspicion would be that our rates are probably lower because some of the risk elements and added costs of the project are higher. That would be my assumption, but
okay.
Don't have this information. Yeah.
And then one other really quick question: what's your view of what's the expectation of these developers for a rate of return on the projects?
I have no idea. That's a great question. I just don't really have that information.
Okay, so that's something that hasn't really been discussed with you. Okay, that's it.
I think that's it. Thank you so much. We did have one other quick question in the chat. I think that's more of a program question, though. How do we determine if the mine land we're interested in using is applicable to the grant program? I'm assuming you're referring to the mine land, Clean Energy on Mine Land program that we're working on developing. The answer to that question is we define mine land as subject to SMACRA or mining law of 1872. Other than that, though, we're still determining what the eligibility will be, so we can't completely answer that question. But thank you for it. And Brad, thank you again. This has been fantastic and really appreciate you answering all those questions. That was just so great. So thanks again for being here, and really appreciate the talk.
My pleasure. Thank you.
No, it's been great. And so I guess now we're in line for a 15-minute break before we turn it over to our mining and reclamation panel. So please, everyone, take a chance to get up, stretch your limbs, do a bio break, whatever is needed, have a snack, and we'll see everyone in 15 minutes. Great.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Should we give everybody a minute or should we go ahead and get started?
So we start at 10:45.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So we're taking a break until 10:45.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Okay, so I think we're ready to get going. I'd like to welcome everyone back to the session and introduce Hannah Brunick, who's going to be the moderator for the Mining and Reclamation panel. She's a colleague of mine at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. So Hannah, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, Pat. Hi, everyone. It's my honor to be moderating this session on mining and reclamation. And our first speaker today is Kimberly Porsche of Tetra Tech, Inc. She is a professionally registered engineer with over 15 years of experience on international mega to large scale engineering, procure, and construct projects. She has a full life cycle mining engineering experience from mining planning, construction, operation, and remediation of abandoned mine lands. Very relevant. She has recently served as the principal investigator on the feasibility of recovering rare earth metal elements from coal-based mine waste under a grant from the Department of Energy's National Energy Technology Laboratory. Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Awesome.
Yep.
I'm going to share my screen. All righty. Thank you all for having me. It's a pleasure to, let's see, can I get that off of there? Oh. It's a pleasure to be here. I also presented at the ORNL workshop over a month ago here in just up the street from my home in Knoxville, Tennessee. And it's my pleasure to be presenting for the Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory. I am a UC Berkeley alum, so it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to present virtually here to this group. And so for whoever attended the conference a month ago, I'm providing a similar presentation with some tuning from last time. All right, so I'll begin. So I work for Tetra Tech. We are a global design firm, ranked #1 in ENR, #1 in water, environmental treatment, wind power. And through my work with Tetra Tech, we actually do a lot of work specifically with the remediation and reclamation of abandoned mine sites and abandoned mine lands. And my work particularly focused on that sector and also bioenergy as well. So my work is really relevant to the conversations we're having today. And so I want to talk today about the types of resources that are found basically and can be utilized on abandoned mine lands. So specifically, and we've in this conference last today, like they've been talked about at length with a couple of project scenarios, et cetera. Kind of what I want to speak about is, what is the actual practical application and sort of what are some of the costs associated with it, as well as some of the challenges to these types of projects. So for AML, there's really kind of three main site resources, at least in my project experience that we've seen. One is land, solar and wind applications. Another is water, so water supply for gray water applications, and geothermal heat exchange and storage, specifically mine pools. And land as well can be, I failed to mention, you can do geothermal heat exchange on a land-based source rather than just the water. And lastly is minerals, critical minerals and rare earth elements. So we've specifically looked in relation to abandoned coal mines for acid mine drainage sludge, coal refuse piles, and coal under clay. So the practical application of land use on AML sites. So we just talked about solar project in the last presentation, but this conference, as opposed to the one a month ago, we talked a lot more about solar, and I wanted to hit on the solar project, some of the screening criteria. So to make a solar project happen, you really need to have a site that has proximity to transmission and distribution or an end user. So that can be, you know, a little bit challenging with some of the sites, but in some locations it's okay. But that is one of the major first steps, screening. The next thing is workable acres. So for a solar site, you need to have slopes that are less than 15 to 20%. They need to be open and deforested. A rule of thumb is you need about 6 to 8 acres per 1 megawatt. And there is approximately $1 million of development cost per megawatt. So just for reference, utility scale project, which is about 25 plus megawatts, require about 150 to 200 acres of property. So in the previous conference, some of the challenges that were discussed with solar projects and in the previous conversations that we had, which are similar to challenges seen in wind, really have to do with the quality of the land available in sites that have been disturbed by mining. So there, and I'll talk about this in the practical example, but on these sites, there can be areas that are prone to subsidence. There can be dangerous high walls. There can be abandoned features, open shafts, things of that nature that need to be managed and remediated prior to being able to make them usable for solar. So that's something that really needs to be considered when screening these sites to see whether or not they are good for solar. So one of the examples we have is a project called Auden Reed. This is a project in Pennsylvania that my company has been worked on. It's a Category B AMLR project, and it's part of a 2-phase project proposed by Techos Energy LLC. In this project, there was 146 acres of abandoned mine land that was reclaimed for a utility scale solar project of 30 megawatts. And include the reclamation of 8 acres of dangerous piles and embankments, 1 removal of hazardous equipment and facilities, backfilling of multiple abandoned strip pits, grading of approximately 1.9 million cubic yards of mine spoil area. It created 150 to 300 full-time equivalent construction jobs, and it will create 6 to 8 permanent jobs. So on this project alone, you know, there's about $30 million in development costs with like the solar aspect, but the reclamation cost on this project was $6.9 million on top of that. So that's just something to consider and understand when looking at developing solar on these sites. The next is the practical application of water use. So geo-exchange of mine water is something that can be used. It is heating, cooling of indoor space with geothermal heat pumps is proven, well-established technology that proves extremely efficient levels of heating and cooling and hot water at very economical price and with a small carbon footprint. This technology has been demonstrated on several projects since the 1980s. However, it really hasn't been currently widely deployed. There's actually only, as of 2021, end of 2021, the latest information that we have, there's only about 50 projects internationally that have been commissioned and are still in operation today. And so it is definitely an opportunity, but it really just hasn't taken off. I think there are a lot of challenges with the project as far as like finding the right application and doing it effectively. One of the reasons why we think that the mine water geo-exchange is a great opportunity is because traditionally geothermal projects have extremely high first cost because of the need for extensive installation of groundwater contact fields that require many drill holes or excavations and piping loops. And it equates to about nearly 75% of the cost. But in the mine water application, you may only have 2 to 4 drilled wells for the production and for the recharge wells. So that actually cuts down the first cost. The challenge with these projects is that there tends to be a little bit more of a maintenance cost, and that is associated with whether or not the system becomes oxidized. And so I'll talk a little bit about that in the next slide. But just for a bit of reference, depending on the mine depth and the number of production recharge wells, the cost to drill the wells and implement the pumping systems is typically, in our experience on projects that we worked on, this has ranged between 250 to 500K. And the mines that we were working on, the depth is between 500 and 600 feet to the mine pool, just for some reference. So one of the things we talked about in the previous conference is about reducing energy burden. And as we had previously talked about, and this was talked about in the conversation yesterday on the Michigan Tech example, and this economic is relative to Pennsylvania, and the pricing was as of 2021 tail end. But you can see that the cost per kilowatt hour for the geothermal heat pump was about $13.41 per MMBTU. So it is in this particular region of Pennsylvania, where the projects we've been working on are, it is definitely a more cost efficient and helps to reduce the energy burden to the communities in that area. And so one of the examples we have is this Marywood project. It was commissioned in 2010. It is in Scranton, Pennsylvania. It's the Marywood Architecture Central. And it is a, what they call, we call it an open loop mine water to closed loop clean water passive chilled beam. And then it's also considered like a closed loop because the water from the mine water is not discharged to atmosphere, it's discharged back into the mine. So this is currently working, and it heats or provides cooling to the Marywood Architecture Center. And as you can see here, as far as the infrastructure required for the actual system itself, this is what is at the subsurface or at the surface level from the wells. And this is a picture of the heat exchanger, and the pumps are behind there. So the amount of space needed to implement the system is like actually rather small. Another practical application of water use relates to acid mine drainage or contaminated mine drainage. So there's a really good opportunity exists to combine the treatment of these mine drainages with geo-exchange projects. It would reduce the burden of an operational cost for these facilities. Water is already being brought to the surface for treatment. So this can be used for heating and cooling of the treatment facilities prior to treatment. And just for a bit of reference, so there's an existing example of this is the Dodden pilot project, which was commissioned in 2011 in Durham, in Great Britain. The coal authority treatment site pumps and actively treats mine water about 150 liters per second before discharging it to sea. A slipstream of this untreated water, approximately 1 liter per second, is passed through a shell and tube heat exchanger and transferred to a heat pump, transferred to heat a 12 kilowatt heat exchanger heat pump, which provides heat to the facility. This is still in operation, and actually the facility plans on expanding it and using more of the 150 liters per second that is available to provide the heat to a local community area. The key to that, the success of this project, was actually keeping the mine water being unaerated raw mine water to prevent ochre clogging and scaling. And so one of the projects that I recently worked on was an acid mine drainage treatment project, which was about $14 million grant in Pennsylvania. And just for sort of reference, the installation of the drawdown wells and the sludge discharge wells cost about $300,000, including the equipment on that $14 million project. So, and the cost to implement the heat exchangers and the heat pumps can range between 250 to 300K. So the front end cost of that is in the scheme of one of these facilities, you know, it is a smaller cost, and the 300K was already spent on pulling the water up for treatment anyway. So this could be a really efficient use of this type of technology. Lastly, I want to talk about the practical application of minerals. So several technology options are being developed with conventional technologies for extraction and upgrading of minerals from coal-based waste. There have been several research projects funded by the DOE in the last 3 to 5 years for looking at extracting rare earth elements from AML sludge, fly ash, coal refuse, and coal underclay. And so you can see here some of the products that are associated with this are listed there and the relevant applications. And I bring this up because when we talk about clean energy, a lot of these rare earth elements and critical minerals are actually needed to develop these clean energy systems, like specifically solar and batteries. And so currently more than 80% of these materials are being imported from China. And nearly 100% is being imported from outside of the US. So it is really critical that these minerals become available in the United States. And you know, Tetra Tech, we've been working with the DOE for the past decade, sort of looking at coal-based attributes of rare earth elements across the United States. And we've found that there's good attributing of the rare earth and critical minerals with coal basins, specifically, and you know, we've talked about Wyoming and in the Appalachia region. And so one of the things I wanted to stress is, like, rather than simply remediating, let's look at beneficiating. So an example of this is a project that we're looking to implement in the next year through the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. And this project is actually taking the sludge from an existing acid mine drainage treatment plant located in central Pennsylvania, and also coal refuse and gob piles that are located within proximity to this treatment facility. The project has sort of 2 phases. One is inventory and development. So there are several other AMD treatment facilities and coal refuse piles within a 50-mile radius of this particular site. So we'll be going out and getting a better sample inventory of those sites and bench scale testing those. And then we're going to be developing the demonstration plant. And so the anticipated project cost is about $6 million. It is a modular facility. You can see in the picture the rainbow colored boxes. Those are the rare earth extraction treatment facility. It's in containers. The equipment cost is about 2.5 million of the 6 million. The reclamation cost of the nearest pile is $960,000. And the system is sized to process 3 million gallons per day of sludge coming from this the treatment plant that's here, and 120 tons per day of the refuse. And this is a really good application because at this particular site, the downhole can actually not take any more of the sludge, and they've been stockpiling the sludge in the clear space around this plant. So the first order of business will actually be to start processing the stockpile sludge, and then adding in the wet sludge into that process stream. And so just another economic thing, the payback period for this facility is estimated in between 2 to 3 years of operation based on current market pricing of the products that we're anticipating on being able to generate. And so that's what I have to present. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that excellent presentation, Kimberly. Really wonderful. Our next speaker today is Dr. Frank Roberto. Dr. Roberto joined the Newmont Mining in 2012 and is currently a processing director in the Technical Services Processing and Metallurgy Department. He is the corporate SME for biohydrometallurgy and R&D advisor to the corporate energy and decarbonization team. Prior to joining Newmont Mining, he directed and executed biotechnology research and development programs at the U.S. Department of Energy's Idaho National Laboratory for 23 years in areas ranging from bioleaching of metals to biodefense. Thank you, Dr. Roberto.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon for those on the East Coast. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to everyone today. I spoke last week at the in-person workshop in Denver that was sponsored by NREL and the Department of Energy, and appreciate Lawrence Berkeley National Lab inviting me to speak here in the virtual session. Is my presentation showing okay? I can't really tell.
It's not in presenter mode. It's so maybe you can have from the beginning.
All right, let's see if that worked. How's that?
Let's see, it's still showing in presenter, not presenter mode. Maybe you can go to your monitor.
Use presenter view or not?
You can give it a try.
All right. Yinghui says she would do
That's
it.
perfect.
Okay,
Yep.
Great. Okay, so I'd like to begin just with a little background on who Newmont is. We're also changing gears here because I believe I and the next speaker, Robert Bullock from Montana Tech, will be talking about hard rock mining. So you've been hearing quite a bit about coal mining and mine lands and abandoned mine lands that are related to coal mining, both on the East Coast and in Wyoming. So I'm going to change gears and talk to you specifically about gold mining. That's what Newmont does. We're the world's largest publicly traded gold mining company. And we produce about 8 million GEOs, which stands not for geology, but for gold equivalent ounces. We actually produce about 6 million ounces of actual gold, and then other metals, including copper, zinc, and lead, account for the real GEO gold equivalent ounces. We like to say that we have the leading portfolio in world-class assets and top-tier jurisdictions, which means basically safe places to mine, and that we're also the leading sustainable mining company. We're the first gold mining company to be or to join the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. So we're very proud of having, I think it's the 8th year now that we're a member of that index. I won't talk about the other things, so I'm not trying to sell you any Newmont stock, but give you a little perspective on who we are. And we just celebrated our 100th year of operation in March of this year. We were originally formed in New York. Newmont actually comes from being incorporated in New York, and the owner, William Boyce Thompson, was from Montana. So that's how the name came about. So here's where we mine. We are a global mining company, and a lot of our resources used to be based in Nevada. In fact, I think we're famous for developing approach to recover low-grade gold from vast resources, which is a lot of what the Carlin Trend in Nevada is about. But you can see where we operate. We acquired Goldcorp in 2019, and so we have a number of mines in Canada. We mine in South America. Yanacocha used to be the world's biggest open pit gold mine, which is now transitioning to a sulfide deposit, and so we'll be producing a lot of copper there. You also see there, Marion is a mine in Suriname. We have mines which are pretty big producers in Africa, in Ghana, the Akyem and Ahafo mines. And then we have two large mines in Australia, the Boddington and Tanami mines. And so when we talk about what we're doing in terms of sustainability, decarbonization, and renewable energy adoption, we're talking about doing that at a global scale. And every one of our mines has formal objectives in terms of our commitments to net zero by 2050. And so there are 2025 objectives as well, which are typically focused on about a 30% reduction in our CO2 emissions footprint. Something I'll say off the bat too about these global operations is that renewable energy for us really, if we're on the grid, means that we're going to be hopefully using the utilities to provide renewable energy to our mines. So we tend not to have a primary objective of putting renewable power on our mine sites, but where we tend to be remote, then that becomes a better option for us. And I'll also talk a little bit about our closure strategies, where we're starting to see that renewable and clean energy adoption on site may be advantageous to how we close our mines. But just for perspective, the Nevada gold mines have grid power. Penasquito in Mexico also has grid power. Our Canadian mines tend to be more remote, so grid power is not as much of an option there. Yanacocha, surprisingly, in northern Peru, there is a lot of power available there and a lot of hydroelectric power in that particular grid. And likewise in Ghana, there is a national grid that has about 70% hydroelectric power in its grid supply right now. So that's been very useful for us in reducing our carbon footprint by using more power from the grids there. Australia is not so much, particularly Tanami in the Northern Territory. That's a completely remote site where we recently put in a 400-kilometer natural gas pipeline. So that was quite an expensive proposition. And now we're looking at how do we change that to more renewable power in that particular area. So that's where we mine. Most of these mines are producing somewhere above 250,000 ounces of gold a year. And again, our global production is about $6 million ounces per year. And one thing I'll say about hard rock mining and gold, if you think about gold, it's usually present in low part per million quantities in the ore that we mine. A high grade deposit for us might be somewhere around 8 grams per ton. So most of the rock that we process ultimately ends up as waste. And so you think about the vast quantities of rock that we're processing. Most of our mines are at the mills are processing perhaps 6 to 10 million tons of ore per year. And that's a lot of rock that we're crushing. It's been estimated that the global consumption of energy that goes into crushing rock is somewhere around the order of 3% of global energy consumption. And at our mine sites, that might be 30% of our local mine site consumption. So a lot of power goes into crushing rock. And that's, I think, something important to think about in terms of hard rock mining, that, you know, the comminution cost, the cost of breaking that hard rock is very expensive. And that's something that we have to ultimately shift from fossil fuels to renewable power. So I think I'm giving the only perspective on kind of the mining life cycle. And here, if you look in the middle of my slide, you can see kind of the way things go from the right side at the top: exploration, development and design, construction of the mine, which to build a mine for us nowadays is anywhere from a $2 to $4 billion investment. So it takes a lot of planning to get to the stage where we convince our board of directors and our shareholders that it's a good investment. And then the actual production at the mine, which we plan for at least a 7-year lifetime, and ideally that could be many years more than that, perhaps 30 or 40 years ideally. Closure of the mine and then post-closure. And you can see in the internal circle there that there are a lot of considerations that relate to environmental and social governance as we develop, operate, and close mines. And you can see where the overlap with social concerns and the initial development of a mine. Up there in the right-hand panel, I'm not sure if I can, you can't see my cursor probably, but in the right-hand panel, you see early exploration site in Africa. There's a mine camp here you can see towards the bottom of that photo. And if we're lucky, there may be some roads that go through the areas that we're exploring. But part of our initial development involves convincing the local communities that this will be a good thing for them in the near term and the long term. As we go into planning the mine, then there are a lot of environmental concerns that go into protecting water around the mine sites, preserving as much as possible the local landscape. But as you'll see in some of the photos here, that's impossible to guarantee during operation of mines. During the economic phase, this is where we're actually making money, and there's a lot of sharing of that wealth that we produce with the local communities through local hires, as well as taxation at the local and national levels. And then as we close the mines, then we get back to social concerns again. What are we leaving behind? How do we transition the local economy to something different after we close the mine? Those are all concerns that we have as we develop and operate mines. And just to go through the photographs here. So this would be a greenfield site. I think you've heard a lot about brownfield sites, particularly relating to coal operations, again, on the west and on the east coast. As we start to explore the mine, a lot of this may be remote sensing. There will be some amount of drilling and geologists going, kicking rocks over and looking for outcrops where we might find the gold that we're looking for. That leads to drilling on site, and ultimately we do a lot of what's called infill drilling to really develop our understanding of the mineral resource. And it has to be of a sufficient size for us, again, to be able to operate for a minimum of 7 years and potentially longer. And as we develop the mine site, we'll actually expand and do more drilling in the brownfield areas as we look for more gold in those areas. A lot of what we look at and where my work comes in the processing side is looking at these drill cores, crushing that up and looking for what the process is going to be that we extract the gold. And that ultimately has to justify, again, this potentially $2 to $4 billion cost to build a mine during the development and construction phases. So since we were in Colorado last week, this panel over here shows you our Cripple Creek and Victor mine, which is about an hour or so southwest of Colorado Springs. And it is right now primarily an open pit mine. So you can see that it leaves a very visible footprint. There was a mention in Kimberly's presentation about, you need to get rid of the vegetation. Well, that's not a problem for how we mine. So, but for us, closure involves restoring the site, but during operations, and that's really what I'm going to talk to you about, is the the end of production, or perhaps even during production, where we see opportunities for clean energy, not just demonstrations for adoption. So for us to decarbonize our operations, we ultimately need to be using either grid or on-site power that is clean. And so we could envision putting, for example, photovoltaics or wind power. There are mines that are already using those strategies in Australia and in Canada. Nevada, I think, has a big solar installation that's going to replace a coal-fired plant in the next few years. So we do have a lot of brownfield that can be used for demonstrating clean energy. And for us, ultimately, when we're producing gold, this panel right here shows you a gold pour. You can see the molten gold flowing down, and then you've got actual bars of gold. It's actually not pure gold at this point. It needs to be refined to develop the gold that's actually investor quality gold. But it's actually quite fun to actually hold one of these. Usually it's about a 15 to 20 kilo gold array bar, and you look at it and go, oh, I'm holding $1 million worth of gold here. So gold mining does have that advantage compared to base metal mining, where there's a lot of value in a very small quantity of material. But as we get to closure, so as we close a mine, one of the important parts of consideration of what we can do is that at the point that we close a mine, we stop producing value for us and for our shareholders. So everything from the point of closure on to the actual restoration of the site is a cost that has no offset from metal production. And that's where the investment in what we do for closure becomes an important consideration. And there has to be some kind of balance between what we spend and how that impacts our closure costs. And ultimately, what we want to get to is to restore the site to its pre-mining state. And this is a mine site that we closed in Indonesia. Actually, our closure team is very proud of this, that ultimately this site was really returned to its natural state. And the government of Indonesia is actually looking at turning this into a large nature preserve and botanical garden. So that's the ideal for us, is to go from the green field at the start through this very intensive manipulation and removal of ore to produce the metals we're looking for, and then restoring it to its hopefully close to pristine original status. So I did want to talk specifically about closure, since that was one of the things that we were asked to address from a mining company's perspective. And there are a lot of abandoned mines that are a result of mining companies not taking a holistic approach or planning closure into mine operations. And so that's something I think a lot of the major mining companies now consider to be part of our sustainability and social governance, is we have to consider closure as part of mine operations. We may not be doing it right away, but in fact, there's a process called concurrent closure, where we're restoring mine lands as we finish mining them, so that we reduce some of the costs of closure after we stop producing metals. So it has to be part of our planning. We believe that innovation is a big part of improving our competitive advantage and reducing costs of closure. And I think this is a really important part of where clean energy demonstrations and renewable power can have a big advantage for closing a mine. And then closure has to be something that the entire organization considers. How do we reduce those closure costs while we're producing value on our mine sites? Newmont is a member of the International Council on Mining and Metals, which helped to develop the global industry standard on tailings management, which talks about and actually requires mining companies to provide full disclosure and transparency about our mine tailings and our tailings dams, and have closure plans as we operate our mines. And these are probably the four important billets for Newmont's approach to closure. Again, that from the beginning of our planning to open a mine, we're already considering closure costs. I'm involved in a project in French Guiana, and we're probably 10 years from opening that mine, but we're already thinking about what our strategies for closure will be. I mentioned concurrent reclamation. So again, anything we can do to begin to start the closure process as we operate the mines is important to reducing costs and making it something that we're able to do without a liability. And I guess I'll mention that we have been very public about our mining in Peru, for example, the Yanacocha mine, that we believe the closure costs there are going to be on the order of $2 to $4 billion. So pretty much the cost of opening a new mine, and that will be post-closure, something like $400 million in earthworks to stabilize land and restore land. But most of the costs are going to be in water treatment. And this is something that's important to the potential siting of clean energy demonstration on a closed site is, can we offset the cost of pumping and treating water using renewable power? I think that's a very important concept and potential benefit for things like wind, solar, pumped hydro even at these closed sites. And then closure management means we don't walk away from a site. And so, you know, some of the things you've heard about on coal lands are very different for us, that we envision operating and maintaining our closed sites into the future. And that goes to the last bullet, legacy management. We operate 41 legacy sites. In some cases, mines that we never even operated, but acquired through acquisitions of other mining companies. And so we continue to operate and spend money to treat water, to make sure that the sites are being restored as much as possible to their original state before we mined or other companies mined. And then potentially repurposing land to benefit the communities around those mine lands. So I did want to just briefly mention a big initiative that Newmont has with Caterpillar, which we call Vision Zero. So I've talked about some of the energy costs associated with crushing rock. Well, probably our biggest use of fossil fuel on mine sites is in consumption of diesel and heavy fuel oil for gensets. But our heavy haul trucks are really where we're looking for how do we transition to a net zero status by 2050 with our heavy equipment. We all know that, you know, we're looking at passenger vehicles and electrification of passenger vehicles, but right now there is not a battery big enough to operate any of our heavy haul trucks. So we've entered in a partnership with Caterpillar to really look at development of these next gen haul trucks and loaders and dumpsters using battery power. And what we're finding is that even the battery charging for these electric vehicles is going to be challenging and may double our energy demand on site to be able to recharge these batteries quickly. And just to give you an idea of what that program looks like, we need to, you know, here's a couple of examples of both a haul truck. You know, these haul trucks are moving somewhere close to 400 tons of ore on every round trip from the bottom of an open pit up to the processing site. You can see the cranes that are required to put that bed onto this truck, this blue load bed here, which would go on here. And so moving these vehicles up and down, often with steep grades that are in excess of 20%, is going to be challenging. And we need to convert all of that, which is powered right now with diesel fuel, to renewable power. And so that's where the collaboration with Caterpillar has become very important. We're also looking at autonomous vehicle haulage. So vehicles that don't require a driver, where actually it's interesting because you get rid of the whole cab here with a driver, So it's computerized and it can drive just as well backward or forward, and that reduces cycle times and reduces power consumption. And then looking at the future for us, really is we want, our aspiration is to be net zero by 2050. And what that really means for us is that our mines, our new mines, by 2030 probably already have to be utilizing clean power and achieving net zero, because we're not going to be able to decarbonize fast enough if we don't start doing that by that time. So that gives a quick view of hard rock mining from the gold miners' perspective, and some of the issues that we're faced with closure and how we're looking at decarbonize our mines in the future. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Frank, for that very clear presentation and so many insights on the way the mine's life is thought about. Our next and last speaker today is Dr. Robin Bullock, who is an Associate Environmental Engineering Professor and Director for the Center for Environmental Remediation and Assessment at Montana Technological University. Previous to Montana Tech, she taught for 6 years in a joint appointment at the Colorado School of Mines in the Engineering Design and Mining departments. She received her doctorate degree in environmental engineering from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. And prior to teaching, she held careers in pulp and paper, mining and oil and gas for 30 years, from project engineering to vice president. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hopefully you all can hear me okay. So I'll get right into it, and I'll look to Hannah if I need any additional direction.
So you're not in the presenter mode yet. You're still on the main side.
Yeah.
If you can unclick, the use presenter view, maybe.
I'm not seeing that.
See it on monitors. Maybe try unclicking it and then click from beginning.
Doesn't seem to want to do that.
That looks great.
Excellent. Sorry for the delay in that. Too many buttons. So first, hello, and thank you to everyone for this opportunity to speak with you today. I, along with Frank, gave a similar talk at the NREL session a couple weeks ago. So thank you for asking us back. So just to give you a brief overview, we reside, as far as Montana Tech, in Butte, Montana, where the mining began. This is a hard rock mining area where it began back in the 1800s, and it was deemed the richest still on earth back in that time. It is currently still a home to one of the largest open pit mining operations. And we also have both closed mines as well as remining facilities. So we'll talk about those real briefly. We will also have the distinction of being the largest Superfund site. It was listed back in the early 1980s. And so 40 years later, as you might anticipate, we literally have millions of environmental data collected, ecological data, and the vast majority of the reclamation has been completed through the basin. In addition, we've got, through that entire time, the county government has been directly involved with how to redevelop the community in a post-mining landscape. They kicked off a climate resilience adaptation planning process this past summer, along with the National Center for Appropriate Technology in Montana Tech, to be able to really outreach to the community and start that process of how can we look further at redevelopment, particularly in a renewable energy context, as well as restoration. And then the last point, I know that you had some conversations yesterday around DOE and the disadvantaged communities, and Butte is, as well as some of the surrounding areas, is classified as one of those disadvantaged communities. Montana Tech, we were founded in 1900 as one of the original School of Mines. So I have a history with School of Mines. This really has a natural resource engineering focus. We also have a 2-year trade school. So we try to be as complete as possible in our academics. Certainly cold weather. We're one of the 14 mining colleges that teach mining engineering across the US. And our metallurgy program, which actually looks at how can you reprocess some of these materials, just passed over 100 years old. So we've got an in-depth knowledge associated with mining programs. I'll just briefly show you, these are some of the head frames, and this is what a mine site might look like from a waste dump perspective. Some of the early on operations from the late 1800s to be able to show that this is a long-term history within this these series of communities. This is mainly a open pit operation for copper, molybdenum, zinc are the primary constituents that are recovered. These are what tailings impoundments look like. They happen to be very large in size. The one that I just showed was 3,500 acres in size. This is the Superfund map where it went from Butte to Missoula. We also have one of the largest acid mine drainage locations, which I'll talk a bit more about that in the sense of the Berkeley pit operations, where there is a current water treatment plant that processes approximately 7,000 gallons a minute. And within the pit, there are over 50 billion gallons of water that used to be at a pH 2, which is now increasing to about a pH 4 through some of the water treatment processes. This gives you an indication of where the Berkeley operations are. All of the colored lines that you see are a series of mine shafts and adits throughout the community. This is the community of Butte. Montana Tech resides over here. We actually have ownership of one of the mine operations as part of our underground mine training center. This gives you a differential view of the modeling associated with all of the shafts and adits. These are all head frames on the red dots that you can see the shafts that go underground. Recall, this is about a mile deep and a mile wide to give you a perspective of the amount of ore that was actually mined. It's anticipated or predicted that there are over 1,000 miles of underground shafts and adits that reside under the community of Butte. So I'm the director for the Center for Environmental Remediation and Assessment. It's been in place for over 20 years. It started off around water treatment, but we broadened the mission to also include how can we also look at not only the site cleanup, but also the restoration and redevelopment associated with these areas. We have 6 fundamental themes. I won't talk about all of these, but just want to highlight some of them as it might relate to this particular proposal and the work activity that people are talking about. The first one is the Underground Mine Training Center. We see as one of the best ways to offer the opportunity to actually figure out how to operate a mine is to actually have a mine on site. And so we have the ability through the Orphan Boy mine shaft to be able to actually take students down there in order to further their training around how to actually conduct underground mining methods and know how to conduct the ventilation, fragmentation, as well as how to conduct it in a safe practice. Adjacent to the Mine Training Center, which is over here, we also have a UAV training ground where we have flights as well as underground operations to look to see how can we manage some of these areas, particularly for some abandoned mine sites where it's in a very remote location. So this gives an opportunity to be able to conduct assessment And we'd also like to be able to do the remediation and restoration via the drones as a potential opportunity. The picture below is a current active remining operation. It was talked about in the first discussion about what opportunities are there out there to look at remining some of these current tailings impoundments or waste rock areas. This is a tailings pond that was closed. It's right over the hill from us. It's operated by Barrick Gold. They made a decision that about 4 months ago, they would reopen the operations and are currently remining this for sulfur to be able to take down to their sister facilities in Nevada for use in processing. To the extent that they're able to recover gold associated with it, that's good. The other opportunity is tellurium, which is a critical mineral associated with solar panel constructions. Could also be because of the type of ore that is found within this area. Tellurium is also a possibility for recovery. So when you're looking at these mine sites, you want to look at both of the opportunities around whether or not you have the availability for some of these critical and rare earth minerals before you go to put additional structure or superstructures on top of it. If it is shown that there really is not an opportunity at this juncture, then it can be moved over into a different kind of reuse or redevelopment category. But to the extent that there is still some valuable resources there, it's certainly something that should be looked into. Within the Orphan Boys system, we actually have a geothermal system. This is the opening in order to be able to go down into the underground mine operation. The geothermal system is just draws water up or heat from the open shaft. As you recall, there are several of these open shafts across the community of Butte. This is the first one where it was actively being water or heat being drawn out, and it heats one of the buildings up at Montana Tech. So there is an additional opportunity through those other shafts to be able to increase some of that geothermal capacity. From renewable energy, as it was mentioned earlier, Butte has been looking at a climate adaptation plan. And for one of the opportunities in specific is around renewable energy because of the location and the history associated with this. There was an attempt for a couple of times through the planning department to actually authorize solar development. And there was some hesitancy associated with people not wanting to see fields of solar panels. So a couple of options are arising. One, we've got students that are currently looking at how can you actually incorporate solar into the mining landscape, because from a cultural history perspective, this community is very proud of its mining heritage. The other is how can you make it architecturally interesting so that at least from the outer perspective, people have an opportunity to look at it in a differential way versus a landscape. The other opportunities are also around tailings. I just want to mention this is the current active mine operation. As you can see, the community of Butte totally surrounds it. So they're quite interlinked. This is the Berkeley Pit operation. This is the Continental Pit, which is currently where Montana Resources is currently conducting the excavation. There is a water treatment plant that sits right along here, where the water is pumped out of the Berkeley Pit. It actually, once the water is pumped out, the copper is recovered from that in a pre-processing stage. And then that water is taken over to the mine for its use in its processing. The sludge is taken down into the Berkeley Pit operation. This is the Yankee Doodle tailings impoundment. You can see the significant size difference associated with it. These two areas tend to be the, on mine sites, the flattest areas that you might see. They're also the wettest environment. In a closed tailings impoundment, you do need to confirm that you don't have a lot of continuing saturated conditions because that can provide or cause you differential settlement. Montana Tech, over here, we have this ownership. The college resides over here. We also have access agreements for with other entities for another couple hundred acres. So there's quite a large area for which we can conduct additional research opportunities, which I'll talk about shortly. We do a lot of restoration and remediation work in the sense of how can you actually implement these in conjunction with each other. We actually have 3 greenhouses. One is underground in the mine shaft itself. The other 2 are above ground in more standard greenhouses. This is on the rim of the Berkeley pit operation, the water treatment plant here. And then over 50 miles of stream banks and beds have been remediated and restored within this basin. I showed this picture earlier. This is the Natural Resource Innovation Center as we have proposed, where we have been conducting some long-term plots to see the different effects around climate on both remediation and restoration. Our UAV training center is here. We conduct beaver mimicry studies out in this location. There is a trail system that's already in place for open space and recreational use. So this provides a large scale opportunity and it's all underneath mine lands in order to continue to look at redevelopment opportunities. To somewhat start closing this out, as it said, we really push for field scale validation, and many of the mining companies that we work with look for that proof of feasibility, as well as communities and county and state and federal governments. Because of being a university, we focus on transparency, shared communication in our publications. We focus heavily around workforce development, with a good portion of our students being first generation. I'm one of those. And then we have a lot of focus around, again, our natural resources. CFLEP is actually our K through 12 outreach that we currently are training hundreds of, I shouldn't say training, we're educating teachers across the state, as well as K through 12 students, where they come out every summer to work on some of these mining areas. And then we have our 2-year program, as well as our 4, 6, 8 from bachelor's through doctorate program. So just in closing around some thoughts, because when you're thinking about how to upscale some of these areas, there are hundreds of thousands of abandoned hard rock mines across the country, particularly in the Western US. Many of these are smaller in size, that may be more stamp size situations within BLM or Forest Service or private ownership. They usually have a distance from users, so they have a higher transmission cost. They might not have users close by, so even microgrids might be more difficult. For operating mines, as I mentioned before, certainly need to look at that future value of the waste in the sense of, are there the ability, or is there the ability to look at some of these critical or rare earths, or even your primary ore, to see if you can redevelop it from that perspective before you look at placing something on top of it. But as it's progressing, it certainly needs to look at an energy mix, as Frank mentioned. And then for some of these closed mines that are in close proximity to customers and communities, clearly what we have here in Butte is right next door, in the sense of how these communities have developed. There's probably only a handful of large mines that also fit that particular situation. They're looking for to really be able to showcase an energy mix, because they've got a lot of different potentials. And when these mines were closed, you may have some transmission structure that is already in place that you can take advantage of, versus having to utilize a fairly expensive transmission cost that might go along with it. And hopefully that wasn't too terribly long. I want to thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much, Robin, for that interesting presentation. We'll now move into the discussion section. If all panelists could turn on their videos. We do have some questions, prompts, but let's start by just opening it up for anyone who might have a question for the speakers.
Hi, Hannah. I think that there are actually a couple of questions that are in the Q&A that maybe we could kind of utilize to start off the questions as more people kind of ask the questions in the Q&A chat. So I think the first one was for Kimberly, and the question is from Joseph. What is included in your 1 million per megawatt development costs?
That's a great question. So I'll stress that that is a rule of thumb, and it has nothing to do with abandoned mine reclamation. So that strictly is the cost for the solar equipment and the general site development and construction of the solar facilities and transmission itself. Yeah, $1 million per megawatt is a good kind of scale basis rule of thumb.
Sheila, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. The next question, or actually it's more of a comment from Joe, was that I think he had worked on a previous project with Frank Roberto. I think it was the Boddington mine in 2006 to 2007. That was just, I think, a friendly shout out to Frank. The next question, and I think this is to Frank. Hi, have underutilization of abandoned mines been explored as energy storage through gravity potential energy? This by using a long mine shaft to raise water or a heavy object and then lower it to release it as electric energy. And then as stabilizing mines and using existing tunnels and water to hydro generate energy. So I think that was to Frank, but if any of the other panelists would like to chime in as well, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, I think Kimberly actually was showing some diagrams of that. We have considered microhydro, but I'll let Kimberly take that one since.
Yeah, I was going to say definitely this is something that has been explored and is currently being explored. If I recall correctly, yesterday the presentation that we watched yesterday, and I can't remember the name of the presenter, but that was actually talking about utilizing abandoned mines for, in this case, they were actually developing the basins for the storage of water. But yeah, actually using the mine shaft to raise and lower water is something that is being considered on projects currently. And we, like my company specifically, we were looking at that for one of our upcoming grant applications that we're going to be applying for a mine in Pennsylvania region.
And if I can add to that, I think it really depends on the basin and the characteristics of the rock and the shafts, because if you are raising and lowering the water level and you're actually perturbating the groundwater system, you might actually be causing a greater distress and concern from a groundwater quality perspective, because you're oxidizing and reducing back and forth. So we need to not only be thinking about what can be done from an energy perspective, but we also need to ensure that we're not creating more of an environmental harm with that potential opportunity.
Yeah, preventing ARD by eliminating access to water or air is pretty important in a lot of sulfide deposits.
Thank you. Our next question for Dr. Roberto: has Newmont looked at including closed loop pumped hydro storage, surface or underground, in conjunction with solar or wind energy generation at any of your mines as they approach end of life or as you plan the structure for new mines in development, essentially shifting the mine from an extractive facility into a long-lived utility asset for the community, transfer legacy site ownership or management obligations onto a sustainable energy company.
Yeah, certainly. I think we've considered just about all clean power options and bridge options like small modular reactors. Pumped hydro, particularly in Peru, has some advantages because we operate at a mine site where we probably have 1,500 meters altitude differential from the top of the mine to the bottom. And we're always pumping water. You know, it's in the northern Andes, so it gets close to 4,000 millimeters of water a year. So we do have problems with rainy season where there's too much water actually. So right now we pump, spending money on power, but getting power would definitely be an advantage of those sites. The second question about the community asset, we like the idea, but we haven't so far found a way to value that. What does the community value that asset if we leave it behind? But that's where we actually kind of stop planning for photovoltaic in particular, where if we operate the mine for 7 years or 10 or 15, it's still less than the lifetime of a solar installation. And our current business model doesn't value anything beyond closure. So being able to say the community puts this kind of a dollar value on that asset, whether it's free power to the community for X number of years or clean power to the community, those would be very important to us to being able to justify the expenditure for a permanent placed renewable power system.
Great, thank you. For Dr. Bullock, do you think that there are any intrinsic barriers to reusing hard rock mine lands for clean energy projects that cannot be mitigated or overcome in project development?
I'm generally a pretty positive person, so I'd say I think you can overcome just about anything. There are certain things, of course, that will make or break a project. One is the ultimate land ownership in the sense of, do you actually have the rights to the land? And are they secure rights for the long term? Do you have community support for these type of ventures? Do you actually have a customer for the power? States are all differential in the sense of how that is managed. And you need to ensure that you're not creating environmental impacts that weren't there before, that you need to now address associated with some of these areas. So I think each of those are fundamental building blocks to being able to say whether a project has value or not.
Last couple of questions here. Thank you for all the questions. This is for Dr. Roberto. Does Newmont believe that batteries, hydrogen, trolley, or IPCC will be the ultimate winner for haulage decarbonization?
Yeah, I wish I were gambling. Just for the sake of the audience, a lot of people may not know IPCC stands for in-pit crushing and conveyance. And that's the concept where rather than bringing ore up out of a deep pit to the processing site, you would actually crush it in the pit. And then you might do something like some kind of ore selection, pre-concentration steps before you take it further. I think for Newmont right now, we are not betting on, well, we are betting because I mentioned the Caterpillar project. So we're betting on Caterpillar coming up with a battery electric haul vehicle and associated other heavy equipment. But the reality is that I don't think any mining company knows which of these technologies is going to win. I think if you look at over the road haulage with semi trucks, companies like Scania also don't feel like they know which one is going to work, but Fortescue Mining is betting on hydrogen. And I think the Department of Energy just funded a project where they're going to help to push that forward, if I'm not mistaken, at NREL. For the Caterpillar haulage with us, we're viewing that we're probably going to have to combine batteries with trolley. And I wouldn't be surprised if, 5 to 10 years from now, we also say hydrogen is going to be important for certain types of vehicles. Because right now, the size of a battery for, say, those 400-ton mine trucks is going to be so large that you're spending most of your energy moving that battery around. So I think the jury's out. I'm going to put money on all of those bets myself. But clearly Newmont is betting on batteries and trolley right now.
Thank you. And thank you to all the panelists. Thank you, Hannah, for moderating the session. We do actually have one last question, but just to make sure that we're on time, we can move to the next session. Robin, I think the last question was for you. So if you happen to be able to see the Q&A, if you could type in your answer, or I can send it to you also, whichever is easier. Thank you so much. Thanks again to the speakers. We really appreciate your time. And with that, I will pass it to Chris to moderate the next session.
Great. Thank you. I hope everybody's still awake out there. It's probably been some nibbling of some lunches and so forth going on. So anyway, my name is Chris Haas, and I'm a project manager at OCED, and it's my pleasure to introduce Tom Flynn of Puget Sound Energy. Tom is a manager of power supply and has been there for about 14 years. His team manages the transmission portfolio for PSE's energy supply merchant, which includes more than 5,000 megawatts of transmission, which is Bonneville Power, part of Bonneville Power Administration. His team reviews clean energy and storage project proposals for interconnection and transmission feasibility. He also is developing strategies for securing future transmission needed for a growing clean energy portfolio. So Tom will be speaking about interconnection and transmission related to clean energy projects. So I'll welcome Tom to the workshop, and thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you. Thanks for the introduction, Chris. So yeah, I was invited to walk through, I think, some of the key parts of and considerations for interconnecting projects, potentially clean energy projects at the mine lands that you're talking about in your workshop today and yesterday, and also the transmission aspects of that. I'm glad to join the conversation. You want to go to the next slide. There we go. So the Puget Sound Energy, if some of you who may not be familiar with us, we're out in northwestern part of the U.S. in the Puget Sound area. So we're both a gas and electric utility. We have about 1 million customers out in the Puget Sound area of electric and about 900,000 on natural gas. So there's just a picture there. It shows that where we're located, and we're one of the oldest local utilities in the area in Washington State. I think we've had our first hydro plant built in the late 1800s. So we've been around for a while. Let's go ahead and jump to the next slide. So what I'm hoping to accomplish today is to walk through at a high level and maybe a little deeper dive in some of these processes, and just to familiarize folks with that. And some of you may have already been through this process before and already understand this, but I think even in the context of you're kind of outside the development realm, it's helpful to understand some of the timelines and some of the process here that's required. And so all of the processes here that we're talking about, for the most part, are covered under the FERC open access transmission tariff. each one of the transmission type providers in the country has some either a standardized OAT that they use. This is called an OAT, or they've made some of their own modifications. But that's where these processes are laid out. And I think one of the key takeaways for me today is make sure that folks understand there's a difference between how the processes are managed for interconnection versus transmission. These are like two very distinct processes that providers go through. It's really that process of having the project so to physically interconnected to a substation or a transmission line. And then once it's interconnected, then there needs to be transmission provided in order to get that power delivered to some load or some off-taker of that power. And those are two different processes that are handled under transmission providers OATs. So just again, at a high level, that we've got the large generator interconnection process. This is usually within one of the parts of the OAT. I think it's either appendix or an annex. Is pretty standardized. It's in the FERC kind of standard OAT, along with forms and other processes that go with that. Very similar with the TSR transmission service request. We call those TSRs. So if you hear me saying TSRs, that's what we're talking about here. So these are also covered under in the OAT, and there's very distinct provisions around what processes are followed there with transmission service. I'll also touch on some of the challenges that are going on in the industry. A lot of that's just because of the clean energy space is really under active development, and so we're seeing quite a bit of activity going on in the interconnection and transmission space. And also I'll touch lightly on some FERC notices of proposed rulemaking, or they call them NOPRs, on how to make some improvements to some of the current processes. So let's go ahead and jump to the next slide. And this is a screenshot of Puget Sound Energy's what they call OASIS website. And so if you haven't seen this before, really what this is outlines what the resources that are available to users of the system. So and I just want to call this out because I think one of the things that you'd want to know if you're doing development work is who do you turn to in order to get information on either transmission or interconnection related to your project. So you can probably just simply do a Google search and put in, whatever the provider is, if you know who it is, and OASIS, and come across this. A lot of these are pretty standardized, but they do vary across the country, these splash pages. But a lot of these do have these on the left-hand side of these folder structures. And I'll just note there's a couple of key ones here that are useful. There's one in the middle there called tariff. And that, if one were to open that folder, they'd find a link to the tariff. They'd find rates for different types of service, transmission service, et cetera. And then down at the lower left-hand corner, you'd see the generation interconnection folders. And those have a lot of information around what's involved in going through these processes in order to get your project studied and then interconnected to the grid. So just want to put that in there as if you're looking for some information outside the conference, this is a good place to start. Let's go ahead and hit the next slide. There we go. So the generation interconnection process, at a high level, I think what I wanted to get across here is that you can see here this interconnection request, and there's a lot of information that is required and included in order for a study to get started, for this process to get kicked off. And it's some pretty obvious things, like we need to know what the project is, what the capacity is, how many megawatts you're planning to generate. Is it pump storage hydro? Is it solar? Is it even a combination of, say, solar and battery storage, things like that? Those are all need to be specified in the request, and then also put in what your requested COD would be for your project, or your delivery date. So that all kind of goes into the mix when our transmission providers then undertake the study. But they also need quite a bit of technical data. So these are the projects really need to be fairly far along in engineering and development in order to make sure that all of this information can be provided to the transmission provider for their study process. So, and I will note there is additional data for storage resources. So if you're working on either battery storage or pump storage hydro, there's some additional data that the providers would need. And I know I heard Robin, I think, mention earlier, some of the one of the challenges is making sure you can get permission to to be able to build your project at a certain location, from landowners, et cetera. So that's one of the things that's also required, I think, in the process at some point along the way to have evidence you have site control over where you plan to build your project. So, and then there's study deposits, and I'll talk through some of these here in another slide, but there's a couple of decision points that customers need to make, and one of those has to do with the type of service. And I'm not going to dive into these right now necessarily, but just note that as you get involved in some of these projects, you'll find something like, for example, what type of service do you want to interconnect with? And so those are decision points that parties have to make and customers have to make. So I guess from a development standpoint, what could make or break a project is going to be how close it is to either a transmission substation or a transmission line. And now some of these sites may have transmission service to them. They may have had maybe they had a smelter or some other type of larger facility that required high amounts of energy in order to run their operations. And other ones may just be on a sort of standard retail service type line, which isn't necessarily a transmission line. So those are types of things that would need to be probably worked out. What's the distance of the project area to a transmission line? And again, that could make or break a project. If it's 80 miles versus 2 miles, that's a much different lift. And if it's 80 miles, can you really say permit something like that? So those are, I think, key considerations. And those are things that when we're evaluating projects and they're in the middle of a study, my team would evaluate what's their distance to a transmission line, and is it feasible to get that project located there. So let's go to the next slide here. So this is a very prescribed process at a high level for the interconnection study process, and going all the way through the studies, but also then getting to agreements, and then building, and then all the way to commercial operation. So this is basically kind of from the point where an initial application goes in all the way until everything gets built and it goes into commercial operation. But there's like I said, there's those prescribed processes, and I'll talk more detail about what these involved in these study processes and timelines and et cetera. But I just want to note that even though I'm going to talk about the timelines that are required by FERC to be met, a lot of those are being delayed right now just because they're overwhelmed in the number of interconnection requests sitting in there and study queues. And so we've been seeing something like in the neighborhood of 2 years, maybe 2+ years to get all the way through this process to get an interconnection agreement signed. So it can take some time, and then it could be another 2 to 4 or 5 years to actually get a project, say the process or the interconnection all built out, for example. So these are timelines that can take a while. So this whole thing could run 4 or 5, 6 years, something like that, from the time an application goes into commercial operations. So just want to note that, if just for kind of level setting for what these timelines kind of look like. Let's go to our next slide here. So when a request is going to be, or an application is going to be received from a customer, they have the option of going through this feasibility study, and they can skip that process and go to what they call an SIS, which is a system impact study, or they can go, and then if they do that, they would go to the facility study after that. But for a lot of projects that are kind of early in development, and they're just really trying to get an idea of feasibility and cost and good faith estimate of what those costs could be and timelines, the feasibility study is usually one that is done quite often at the initial outset. So these are 45 days after the study agreement is executed. There's a smaller deposit, and then it is really kind of a preliminary evaluation of feasibility. And I would say the estimate of cost could be a range of say 30-40%, something like that. So it could be plus or minus that number, and then that estimated time to construct could have a wider band of time associated with it. So maybe say something like 24 to 36 or 40 months versus something that's a tighter window of like 30 to 36 months as we get farther along. But these are great for developers who are early on in the process and just wanted to see what's the feasibility of this project, and is it really have legs or not? And if not, it's good to know that earlier rather than later. And then if it looks like things look like they're going to map, or have an outcome that maps within the project's development and the cost structure, then they can head to a system impact study. And these are longer, the more involved studies that take, they have a 90-day window on these instead of a 45-day window. But these would be quite a bit more in-depth, and that it would be refine more of the estimates for cost and the construction timelines. And then once that project work is done and studies have been issued, and assuming the developer or the customer wants to move forward, they move through a facility study. It's really an engineering level design. So from this facility study, they can identify more closely what some of those costs would be, as well as the timelines. And then that would all lead into the large generator interconnection agreement, or what we call the LGA, as well as the some of an agreement for construction, basically, is for engineering procurement. So that's kind of the process that's laid out. Again, these, this timeline could be 2+ years to go through. It might be shorter than that, but I think given what we're seeing right now is the interconnection queues are really backlog across the country. We're certainly seeing that in the Western US. And I've heard the same thing within PJM and some of the other what they call independent system operators in the rest of the country. So those are, it's the effect of that is on the parties who are later into the queue are going to find themselves in probably longer timelines than some of the parties who are farther along in the process. So, but those are important things to realize and acknowledge that these things are taking longer time than normal, or would have in the past. And I just lightly touch on that there is a project for projects that have gone through a certain level of study process already, that they could end up in a restudy type process, so it adds time if higher queued projects then withdraw. So let's jump to the next one. Next slide here. So I mentioned the transmission service. This really is a separate request and requirement and study process than interconnection, and it's even though it has the same sort of study process and structure to it, there are some distinct differences here. You'll see that there's not a feasibility study in this level. There are system impact studies, facility studies, and then transmission service agreements. So this is a little bit different than what we're talking about for the interconnection. But let's go to the next slide. I think what I wanted to point to, this is a particular type of transmission, which is called point-to-point transmission service. And this just means you're basically from where your project connects to the grid to where you want that power delivered to, is going to be called a point-to-point transmission. There are some other types of transmission that I don't want to get into too deeply given our time. But in the case where we're looking for a particular type of particular path for the project, you'll also need to know like who the receiving party is, what's the load that's getting served by the project. The application in this case would also include like what the generation characteristics are, when the service should start, how long the service should run for, and also even a deposit of 1 month of transmission service, which could be quite a bit of dollars if it's, if you're talking about a 300 to 400 megawatt type project. So, but one of the key things that happens here is the transmission provider would do an initial evaluation to see if there's any transmission that's available to award right away. There are some systems and some locations that have some transmission available that doesn't require any sort of upgrades. Those are kind of rare birds out here in the West, and probably across quite a bit of the country with the transmission systems. But that's one of the first things they would do, and if there isn't, then the request then goes through these study processes. And I think they also want to note that there's also something called a cluster study, and these are These are where a number of different TSRs are then lumped together and a study is done all at once with all of those projects rather than each one done as sort of an individual request. And I know in the West here with Bonneville Power Administration, they do an annual cluster study where they will evaluate basically all the TSRs that have been submitted within the past year. So, and just for kind of reference, in the cluster study, it was just issued in June of this year. There was 5,000 gigawatts of requested transmission, and I take that back. 2 years ago it was 5,000 gigawatts or 5 gigawatts. This year it's 11 gigawatts, and next year's is 20 some gigawatts. So there's definitely a ramp up of interest in securing transmission. So I just want to make just note a couple things. If you are in the Western US, just note that there could be multiple transmission systems that one would have to run through to get to where your project would go to an off-taker. That could add cost with the multiple payments of transmission across multiple systems. And then also that if there is actually a TC available for your project, part of that calculation on your part will be when do you want to actually try to secure that transmission. It's a little bit challenging to secure transmission and pay for it when you don't have an off-taker yet. So a lot of developers will kind of hold off until they know they have a clear path to an executed power purchase agreement. So let's jump to one more slide here, and then we'll try to wrap up. I've mentioned that these backlog interconnection queues, certainly a challenge across the country. It's just a lot of it's just the high demand for clean energy resources is driving this. And then the current interconnection processes have been in place for quite a while, and they've done well over the years, but they've never seen this sort of demand enter into their queues. So it's really placed a lot of challenges across the country. And so FERC is trying to help address this by making some reforms to interconnection processes. And I think some of independent system operators like PJM have also looked at doing things like finding projects that actually have a much better chance of getting built, or they have a clear off-taker with a signed PPA, that those would get elevated, say, in the queue process and not get put behind other projects that aren't as far along. So that's one thing. I think the other issue is just and I think this is really across the country for the most part, is this limited transmission availability. And then you get into long timelines for siting, permitting, building, new long haul transmission. So those are, and I think really a lot of this is just the kind of rejiggering of our resource mix and location from where we are today, say between coal and gas, and now you're switching over to clean energy resources that really have a different geographic profile than what we've had in the past. So I think those are some high points. And I just want to make sure we save some time for questions. Kind of ran through that, Chris, hopefully with leaving some time for us to do a little Q&A here. So glad
yeah, very, very good. We do have a few questions, and so I will take a look at these. So one of them is, any advantage of being a small generator? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, there is let me see, within there is a federal law it's fondly called PURPA, I think. And within that law, there is a structure for smaller generators. I think it's 80 megawatts and below, and they can go through a process kind of separately through with individual transmission providers in order to sort of streamline some of their project, to work through them. And I think there's also provision where the utility would also provide the transmission service for the project. And that's all kind of wrapped around is, the need of the utility and need for additional either capacity or energy on its system. But that is a separate route that smaller generators can take. And I know that even in our system, we have generators, I think, that are 5 megawatts and below can go through a fairly straightforward process, but their pricing is pretty well set from, for us, would be what they call avoided cost for those projects. But
right.
Yeah, I would say those that's what kind of comes to mind for me is going to be that PURPA process.
Okay, and then so you did elaborate a little bit on this, but maybe you could further dig into it. What are utilities doing to speed up the interconnection process? So is there anything else that that companies like PSE or others that are working maybe through trade organizations or other things to address this?
There's I know some of the approaches that are being taken sort of depends on where the utilities are within the regulatory structure. So a couple of examples, I know, for example, Bonneville Power, I understand that they're considering this approach I talked about before, where they're looking at the interconnection queue and they would take projects that are farther along and they have more feasibility, or they have an off-taker already, so that they would elevate those projects further up in the queue potentially and accelerate them forward to say if they're far enough along to get them their LGA, et cetera. So I've heard that Bonneville's doing that sort of thing. Otherwise, I think I know like Pacificor, which is one of the Berkshire Hathaway companies, they've done some work themselves in terms of making some pretty significant revisions to their tariff, their out, as well as their processes to sort of have that dovetail with their acquisition of clean energy under an RFP, a request for proposals. And so they've gone through and helped. I think that's helped facilitate them. So there's somewhat of a handshake there between their RFP process and then this interconnection process. So, but I think a lot of entities like ours that are a little bit smaller are looking towards what FERC is wanting to do in terms of their changes to the interconnection process, and we'll look to help streamline some of that, by integrating some of those new processes.
Okay. Well, then there's a comment that was typed in. I'll just read it. For context, in the Western Interconnect, we're seeing some commercial industrial customers just building out microgrid islanding sites. They don't have to deal with the interconnection in 2 to 3+ years of time completion. Any thoughts on that? Or I guess you've talked a little bit about this, but already.
Yeah, I think there's not. I think even within our own service territory, we're seeing, really take into account there's going to be some limitations around long haul transmission, as well as maybe some interconnection limits as well. But I think really take into account, because of the limited amount of future availability of transmission, that we're going to end up doing more on system like distributed type resources. So we may see local smaller build outs of solar or battery storage, things like that, that would be where you wouldn't need long haul transmission in order to get, from that resource into the Puget Sound area. Those would just be right on our system. So we actually have that's included in our integrated resource planning is some of those distributed energy resources to add to the mix as well.
Okay. Another question that just came in: would federally funded workforce development / training programs be to train up interconnection transmission professionals help the utilities as a whole?
I suppose it could, because I think some of the constraints do have to do with, having an adequate staffing or even consultants on call to help process the studies that are coming through. I know our company even has certainly had to consult or hired consultants to help work through some of these backlogged studies. So yeah, I think the whole industry is always looking for talented engineers and scientists to come in and help out. So yeah.
And so lastly, I want to ask a question that you and I talked about a little bit before, is that, kind of clarify what is the role or typical role of a private or public utility like PSE related to a clean energy project like this?
Yeah, it's well, I think there's certainly we have an interest. Well, we have a need, an interest and a need to secure these resources to clean up our energy, energy mix. I know in the state of Washington, we have a requirement by 2030 that we get to an 80% mix of clean energy within our resource mix. And I think we're right now sitting about somewhere between 45-50%. So we have a path to add to our resource mix over, from 2022 out to 2030. adding wind, solar, et cetera, other clean resources. So we're part of this, demand that we're having the system, but we also are doing, we're looking at some amount of development of projects ourselves, or, we have some contracts already in place from some prior wind development we've done out in Eastern Washington. And we still have some expanded capacity there for us to continue to build out there. So we're looking at expanding a current wind farm that we have out in Eastern Washington from its, I think currently about 350 megawatts to over and another 500 megawatts. So those are types of things that we're certainly pursuing. And well, there's no doubt there's a lot of development activity going on as well that is looking to help us address our growing needs. So
I'm going to try to squeeze in one more question that just came in. Given the solar saturation in the desert Southwest, are short duration BESS projects, BESS projects, a better investment? When will long duration storage be a viable investment? Do storage projects enjoy a faster timeline as compared to solar fields?
Well, that's
a lot of stuff there.
There's a lot of stuff there.
Sorry.
Well, I know the company has definitely, we have a strong interest in battery storage. Just because we also have a strong need for capacity need, to make sure we're still able to meet our peak loads during, especially we're a winter peaking utility. So certainly, we're looking at projects to either have new battery storage on our system. We're also evaluating even pump storage hydro projects. There's a few in the region here, and could those also help serve our need for capacity? I think we're also evaluating projects that say solar combined with battery storage. But gosh, it would sure be ideal if we had, some large transmission built between the Southwest and the Northwest, so you could share some of that excess solar. When their loads are low in the winter, we could sure use that excess solar and have it come up this way. So yeah, we'll see about that.
Okay. Well, great. Well, thank you very much. Very interesting question and answers, and appreciate you joining us.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And Tom, I think there's one other final question in the chat. If you don't mind just taking a look at it and typing in the answer. Thanks so much. This was a great session.
All right. Thank you.
So I guess we're ready to move on to sort of a final review discussion, and I've put together a series of slides to sort of kick off an overview of what we've been covering the last day and a half or so. So let me go ahead and share my screen. I've been creating these slides in real time, so hopefully there aren't any too many errors or this is here. So let me go ahead and do this. I need to get to the first slide, sorry. Okay, so here we go. And I'd like to invite the other co-panelists to help out with this discussion. And so hopefully folks, if they're available, can help summarize some of the things that we've covered over the last couple of days. And let's go from here. So first off, just look at the key takeaways from the state and federal regulators panel.
Hi, do you want me to do this slide, Pat, or were you going to do it?
Sure.
You were going to.
Go ahead and take it.
Oh, okay. Hi, this is Margaret, and I was the moderator for the state and federal regulator panel. Pat has summarized this session, I think, pretty nicely down to 7 bullets. The first one is that it's a complex regulatory landscape that these projects are navigating. And it goes at multiple different levels of government, from federal, state, and local, as well as tribal governments with different authorities and agencies and laws. And it spans kind of types of regulations. So from mine lands and reclamation to environmental protection, land management, electricity sector regulation, et cetera. The BLM has created some detailed land use plans for federal lands. And these plans identify areas that are deemed suitable for different types of clean energy projects. And then one of the things that we're trying to do as part of the broader stakeholder outreach effort for this project is also to try to pull together a lot of the different mapping tools, data sets, resources, et cetera. So I'm just going to put another plug in for the survey from yesterday, and perhaps we might want to consider resending that survey around, because it had a very useful data set question at the end for people who are here today that may not have been here yesterday. Then this third bullet relates to our geothermal speaker from BLM in particular, who was talking about how, yes, if you have a mining plan, you can actually obtain a non-competitive geothermal lease at the same time. That's not an issue. And that was sort of a key takeaway, besides that speaker also walking through kind of the three-phase process of how geothermal is typically developed in the US. Let's see, then, now, clean energy projects should include an end of life cycle plan as well as bonding to ensure proper site remediation. That's sort of a given for a lot of any of the projects that would be going through the mine lands development process. Now, in general, of course, one of the major advantages of developing on mine lands is it's not only a brownfield, so it avoids some of the conflicts with non-disturbed lands, but also because of the presence of existing infrastructure. And in addition to this list here about buildings and roads, and including rail and other transportation sources, there's also existing electrical infrastructure and in some cases some transmission, but things would have to, of course, be worked out in sort of the complex process just outlined in the previous talk. Let's see. So finally, this is another tool that the EPA speaker, who is from the Repowering America's Land Initiative, was mentioning that she has a mapper, and this tracking app is actually going to be updated by the end of this week, and it should be filterable on whether it's a mine land sites, but to be comprehensive on filtering to identify sites. It's also helpful just to type in the word mines. And then finally, states that have streamlined permitting and financial incentives for clean energy development on mine lands are particularly attractive to developers. And we've heard that echoed also in the solar case study just a little while ago. All right, thank you.
Great, thanks so much for that comprehensive summary of that panel from yesterday. So another thing we had is we had a number of different case studies that were presented during yesterday's presentation. I don't know, Chris, if you want to take a whack at sort of summarizing these bullets here.
Sure. So basically, we got a number of things that are really important here. The legal hurdles for developing the clean energy projects at mine lands, they really need to be addressed up front. And, these are more complicated sites, so they need to really look at these carefully, and so that they don't trip things up later. The need to address the potential liability issues. Again, trying to look at those early on in the process and make sure we really understand and how this could affect financing of a project and so forth going forward. The monitoring systems need to be ascertained that the surrounding area is not negatively impacted by the project activities. There probably are sites that people live nearby or communities and also have had negative things happen in the past. And mining, sites, especially active ones, can be extremely disruptive. But so that's a really important thing. Modeling and analysis studies that help optimize the project design and identify potential issues and determine economic value of the project. This is really near and dear to my heart. I really feel like the project needs to be good and it needs to fit. And no matter if it's on a mine site or any site, these projects are not easy to get done. And so having them done with a good team that really knows what they're doing is really important. The market conditions or market factors, the price of these things, that really drives this whole thing and can be an impact on the viability. And I was going to say that there's certain parts of the country that are better. Right now, CAISO or in California, the prices are high. And so there are a lot of projects or a lot of developers, clamoring to that market. So that's really an important aspect of this. The public outreach and community acceptance is critical. Obviously, most projects, even before this program, go through this pretty rigorously, but this is going to be something really helpful or really important as we look at projects. And then finally, the permitting and environmental reviews is also key. And so, yeah, it can take a long time, especially for some of these things that are more complicated, like pump storage, and they're large projects too. So these are all things that are I think it's a very good list.
Thanks very much for going over that and summarizing it so succinctly. So we had a number of case studies that were presented today as well, and I just tried to capture some of what was mentioned by our speaker from the Nature Conservancy. And one of the things that they mentioned is that their Mining the Sun initiative is really part of a bigger picture to really deal with climate change and with the clean energy transition, and being able to develop utility scale solar projects on mine lands and really balance the issues of preserving nature and conserving forest lands and dealing with also economic issues and community values, and using smart siting of renewable energy so that these natural areas can be preserved and you really focus on disturbed areas for these types of projects. And then developing some screening tools to really identify what are the best areas for siting these types of projects. Having flat topography, having it close to utility infrastructures, you don't have to have a long interconnection line, using reclaimed mine lands that are not going to be actively or future mined, and then identifying and avoiding land use conflicts with other land use in the area. It could be with recreation, it could be with forested lands, with sensitive species and things like that. And then identifying partners, given that they're the landowners, solar developers that are going to be responsible custodians. They're going to have attractive financial terms and make environmental commitments, and also ensure that there are community benefits for these types of projects. And they highlighted a few key lessons learned to date is that some of the challenges, and we heard this just recently with the utility description that Tom gave on the challenges of getting intellectual interconnections, of that if you own the surface rights, it doesn't mean that you have access to the mineral estate, and making sure that you work with the mineral estate owners for these projects. That for example, in Virginia, it's much more attractive for companies to do these types of projects because they've had this Clean Economy Act, so that state policies really can stimulate clean energy development on mine lands. And then that their experience is that communities are interested in repurposing mine lands and sustaining their energy production legacy. They have a heritage of the developing in the past coal and having a continued sort of role in energy production is something that's attractive to these communities. So we had a number of technology breakout sessions yesterday, and thanks to everyone for providing some additional insights here. Just want to go through these. Project innovation encompasses really both technological and soft cost improvements that can increase performance, reduce costs, and really lower the end-of-life impacts of particular projects. It's important to think about, how do you do this? And one of the things we heard mentioned was if you could create solar panels that are more easily recyclable, for the end of life, that's going to be useful. We've heard this again and again, that early and continuous community outreach is really important. And it's not just to gain acceptance, but it's also to identify what does the community really want in these projects? What do they see as something that's beneficial to them? Tagging along with this is really educating both, community members. It could be lawmakers, it could be regulators on the benefits, the risks of clean energy projects. And this is really important for people to identify, to be aware of all the different aspects of these projects. Engaging with utility companies is really important for grid interconnection, as you just heard from the last speaker. And if there are water requirements, they need to be fit into the existing water use and the water availability. And this can be a big issue in places such like in the Western US where water is a key, is scarce in many instances. One of the things that was mentioned by the audience is that some of the existing databases that provide information on these different types of resources seem to be incomplete and or out of date. And so updates are needed to sort of fill some of the data gaps. And we heard that the Repower site is going to be updated this coming week. So that's great news. Once again, technical innovations really can help improve these different types of efficiencies. And development of hybrid projects may provide additional benefits than just looking at one particular type of technology. For rural areas with smaller mine sites, we may need to aggregate multiple projects to make these projects viable. And since the development of mine lands is expensive, one of the questions is how do DOE and others value the co-benefits and the environmental costs, avoided environmental costs associated with developing on disturbed lands rather than on green fields for this type of development. And this may be really important for the viability of these projects going forward. So do we have a volunteer to go over these particular highlights from today's panel? I think that Shannon is actually, she mentioned that she was probably going to be on travel, going to her next stop. So she might not be around to do this. So I can do this one and I'll pass the next one off to someone else here. One of the mentions is that, not all jobs are good jobs. You need to have jobs that are basically lifelong jobs that provide benefits that that are sustainable, not just temporary seasonal jobs, and to have these job quality metrics and mechanisms really codified in some sort of community benefit agreement is really helpful for people to understand that the jobs are going to be ones that the community values. And these projects that are proposed need to create solutions and not add additional burdens to environmental conservation and resources. And that early and continuous stakeholder engagement, we hear this again and again, is really critical to ensure that the community benefits and identify the community needs and really gain community acceptance. And that for these projects, it's really critical that landowners and mine operators are involved as stakeholders from the get-go. It's important that the projects align with local economic development perspectives, and development of robust economic development plans or these community economic development strategies are really important into putting these projects into the proper perspective. Is this something that the community wants and needs? If you're working on tribal lands or near tribal lands, it's important to consult tribes and to build relationships and create long-term engagement. And doing this through the assistance of Brian and his group at OCED is really going to be important. And there may be real benefits. We've heard this from Jennifer as well, for developing business partnerships with tribal groups that could result in better project design. They know the land in the area better than anyone else. For streamlined approvals, if they have the ability to do these types of approvals, and to have improved long-term benefits to tribal communities. So they're not just getting lease rights, they're also getting some of the profits as partners in these projects. One of the things we heard was the use of storytelling really be helpful in identifying what are the community values and what are the community perspectives. And it just gets people to open up in a different way. And that these tribal and rural communities often don't have the resources needed to be able to develop and respond to this type of project and develop these projects on their own. So for them to develop partnerships with other members, other stakeholders is really going to be critical for having them have access to this type of program. So we just had the mining and reclamation panel. So we have someone else go over these points. You want to go ahead and take a stab, Chris? You're on mute right now. You're still on mute.
Unmute.
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
back, right?
You're back, great.
Okay, it's just like, yeah, something weird happened. Okay, so yeah, this was a very interesting panel as well. You know, the mine reclamation remediation efforts, offer really a great potential for clean energy development and recovery of RE and critical minerals. These, the reclamation, mines have to go through this anyway. And so it's really a good opportunity to kind of create this opportunity through that process. Remediation costs really need to be incorporated into this. They can be quite extensive, but also maybe there's ways to incorporate the clean energy project in order to be part of the solution. So therefore offsetting some of that. This geo exchange of mine water is very interesting as well. It's not widely deployed, but they really need to find some very unique places where we can find the right applications, and in that cases there can be some really good effective use of the heating and cooling water. Corporate sustainability and decarbonization goals and mine closure strategies with long-term water treatment needs need to be incorporated into these projects. There's obviously a big push for this ESG kind of stuff for these corporations, so this is important. Need to consider potential for remaining tailings when they're looking at land use. The landscape appearances important to the local community need to be considered, and so maybe that's a combination of making sure that there's restoration things that are done, but then also making sure also that if it's a solar project that it really aligns well with the local community, because that's going to be there for maybe another 20-25 years. The workforce development, critical and mining remediation, renewable energy. Sometimes these sites can be somewhat remote, and it can save actual money if you can find local workers to help with a lot of the aspects of these projects right on site. And the infrastructure associated with some of these closed mines may facilitate clean energy development. We know that there's some substations and so forth, but Tom mentioned that, this is something that's very specific to the site and what type of equipment that the mine had, so forth. What happens when the clean energy assets, after the mine closes? Well, there should be a lot of planning that goes ahead very early in the process, in the project, before it's even built, that this is already being dealt with. And decarbonization of mining will likely a combination of clean energy technologies. So in other words, there's going to be a really integrated kind of approach to solving this problem.
Great.
So that's it.
Thanks so much. Let me see if I can, thanks forward, sorry. My cat has decided to insert herself. Okay, so this is with the last speaker here. Since you moderated that session, I'll let you go ahead and hopefully I captured the key points here fairly accurately.
Yeah. Well, and Tom went through a lot of some somewhat technical stuff on this, but there's two separate phases of the interconnection and transmission. He talked about FERC, an open transmission tariff, or OAT. I think I love that little acronym. And then the large generation interconnection process and the transmission service requests are all very important aspects of this project, or of these kind of projects, and that's why I wanted to kind of see this addressed a little bit in the workshop. The timeline for approval can be long. Okay, and so that needs to be planned for. I think these timelines will decrease, and that's what really a lot of people are working on in the industry. And so I'm seeing that in California and other places. You need to do feasibility studies and impact studies and so forth. These can be somewhat expensive. And again, they hopefully the time frame for these can be shortened, and also you can find some efficiencies working with the utility. Ramping up for transmission requests due to new renewable energy projects, that's obviously a given. You need to evaluate the available transfer capacity and impacts to multiple projects, or cluster studies he was talking about, which I thought was interesting. And then, FERC is really trying to reform being considered for regional transmission planning and addressing this queue backlog. So at least I think that people have heard the shouts that something needs to be done to get these queues shorter. And utility companies may accelerate higher feasibility projects with off takers, and then solar and battery storage may help in addressing excess solar, which could be addressed by increased transmission capacity. So I think, yeah, that fully pretty much takes away what we're trying to accomplish in that session.
Okay, so I've got one last slide here. And I don't know if Courtney, if you want to take this one on.
Yes, I can take this one on. I was like, I'm gonna let the content experts take the other slide. So thank you, Pat. Thank you, Chris, for those summaries, and really for all who joined us the last 2 days for these events. We know it's a lot, and we know that time is very important. So thank you for being able to step away like this and learn more. My name's Courtney Haynes, and I'm the stakeholder engagement lead for this provision, as long with the energy improvements in rural and remote program here at OCED. And you've heard throughout this entire workshop, probably on repeat, that we want to hear from you. We want to create long-standing relationships with a variety of stakeholders that will be associated with this program. And that is my entire job. So we're double downing here. We're putting resources where we say we are, and we do really want to build better bridges and understand what you're experiencing day to day, and pull it back into the design and considerations of program impact. So, as mentioned again in here, there are various ways to contact us over the life cycle of this program. We're currently in the design process, as I said, so connecting with stakeholders across developers, labor, community organizations, environmental justice organizations, workforce providers, utility companies, and much more who've had experience and are doing work that you believe aligns with what you know of this program. Let us know. We want to understand your experience and those opportunities, maybe those unique moments that made the project work in your community. What happened? We also want to understand the challenges across maybe what we've heard over the last 2 days, permitting or diversified investments, or how to make partnerships at the community and regional level, how to work with the federal government in general, and how do you think about sustainability, and much, much more. So just like we briefly heard these summaries just a few minutes ago, there was lots of conversations around both technical needs and community engagement needs, and we're listening. So we hope this workshop provided some case studies and examples for you too. I hope the information was really relevant as you're thinking through, how does this relate to us? What could I share with OCED if I was to provide feedback? Hopefully it gave you a little inspiration as well. We are having these discussions through informal one-to-one sessions. You can just reach out to us and we'll follow up. Also, if your organization or company represents other entities of any kind, we could consider a formal webinar and/or a listening session. So in addition, this team and OCED and myself will be attending conferences across the country and other workshops that hopefully some of you are at, so we can meet you where you are. So please know some of this work is also coordinating within. I feel like we're asking you to do a lot and talking about our relationship, but also one of the roles of stakeholder engagement is to share what we're hearing, who we're talking to across our other friends in DOE and across other agencies as well. We're all striving for more streamlined communication. So that's something that is going on. We work closely with Department of Interior, Department of Commerce, and a few of the interagency working groups like the IWG on power plants and coal plants, which some of you on this call might be familiar with as well. So just know that's part of our stakeholder engagement strategy, not only external, but also internal. So as we move through the lifespan of this program, engagement will look different, but it will always remain. And again, right now we're in the program design phase, collecting that vital information from stakeholders, and also initiating the provision of this technical assistance that was talked about yesterday, and the link here is provided as well. So I'll wrap there and see if Chris, my colleague, has anything else to add, but we look forward to this ongoing communication.
No, I think you said it very, very nicely, Courtney. And yeah, we'll be out there. We're already set up to be visiting some conferences and speaking at them and so forth. So so we'll be heading out on the road, so to speak.
That's great. Are there any other comments or last remarks from any of the other OCED or panel participants?
Yeah, I had a few final comments that I wanted to make. The first is about this feedback form that we sent out earlier. I'm going to drop it into the chat again. We really would appreciate it if you could fill out this form. It provides us a lot of really useful information so that we could design sessions that are helpful for you. And so it really helps us to hear your feedback. I'm dropping it into the chat right now. And I just wanted to also add that in this feedback form, you'll provide feedback on the workshop itself, but also, as I mentioned before, we have a technical assistance component of the program. We're working to support communities and organizations that are interested in developing clean energy demonstration projects on mine lands. And while the technical assistance is active and you can apply it now, and please do so if you're interested in it, we're also thinking about ways to improve it. So if you have any feedback, we really want to hear what types of technical assistance would help you. And if you have other ideas, if there's things on that list that, you know, you're like, something is critical, is missing here, we really want to know that. I also just want to thank you all for all of the questions. You know, we save those and we refer to those again and again. So that is useful feedback for us as well. And if it feels like some of the answers we gave you were like non-answers, like, oh, please email us here at mineland@hq.doe.gov. A lot of the time it's because we don't have the answers yet. Like, as Courtney said, as we've said again and again, we're still in the program design phase, but I do still encourage you to reach out to us through our email, because we are going to work on getting you those answers. And so we will be in touch with you, and you know, those emails come to me, they come to Chris, they come to Sheila, they come to Courtney. We read all those emails and we really will get back to you. And then we will be sending you a follow-up email that'll include slides, the feedback form, video recordings of this workshop. And we're also going to put together a list of frequently asked questions. So keep an eye out for that email. And then again, I encourage you to reach out to a listening session. If you have further feedback on program design or input into what we should be thinking about, please reach out. This is a really critical time for program design. You know, this is a time where we're really able to engage and have these free conversations with stakeholders. Once the FOA is released, we won't be able to do that anymore. So I really encourage you to take advantage and reach out to us if you can, so that we can create the most successful program that we can. So again, just thank you for your time. I know that this was quite the marathon, so I really appreciate you all staying to the really end. Thank you so much.
And Jillian, we had one question regarding the technical assistance, and it is, what is the expected timeline for receiving technical assistance once they submit an application on the website?
That's a great question. I don't have a perfect answer for you. I can definitely follow up, but I would just suggest that you submit it. There is someone who reads all of those, and let me just drop that in the chat again. There is a different email that you could send for technical assistance. Let me just drop this off. Let me drop that in the chat again. So this is the link for applying for technical assistance. Someone will get to you shortly though. I don't know the exact timeline, but someone will reach out to you. They'll schedule a one-on-one call to kind of learn more about your situation, and then you'll go from there. So it won't be like you're not going to be waiting for months or anything. Someone should get back to you pretty quickly.
Okay. And if you're raising your hand, it's much easier for us to actually, if you post a question in the Q&A, we can address it directly that way. That'd be really helpful. Sheila, do you have any last words, parting words before we wrap this up?
Yeah, no, oh, sorry, go ahead, Jillian.
Just quickly, someone else asked, when do you expect that follow-up email? We are working on putting it together. Courtney might have a better answer for that, but I think we're hoping to send it out within the next week or so.
Absolutely. Yes, we know time is the essence. So hopefully by sometime next week, we'll package everything in one email and we'll have that out to you. And most likely we'll also start an FAQ. So many good questions were generated on this chat. And as the team said, trying to answer those in real time sometimes are just tough with staff in general, but also we want to make sure that we're saying the right thing. So we'll be tracking those as well and be adding on to that over time, because we're going to get more questions. So we'll make sure to send some links. So my recommendation would be to check those out now, because they're going to be very relevant, but also maybe keep that email or pin it if you can, because those resources will grow in time, and want to make sure you have access to that information.
Okay, back to you, Sheila.
Yeah, no, Courtney and Jillian echo a lot of what they said. That was basically what I was going to say in my closing remarks. So want to just echo, we're in that design phase. We want to hear your feedback. But thank you again to all of you who have just taken time out of your day to be here with us. It's been a long 2 days. It's been extremely productive. We've had great discussion. For those of you that ask questions, thank you again, and please just keep them coming. I want to just do another quick kind of thank you to Lawrence Berkeley National Lab for organizing this 2-day workshop. They've put in a lot of behind the scenes work and in preparation for this to go smoothly. So once again, just appreciate all their time into this. And want to thank our various moderators throughout today's session, and also our amazing speakers and panelists today. It was a wealth of knowledge that kind of came through. We really appreciate them providing their examples on projects, going through their challenges, solutions, and just overall the lessons learned. So like I said, we want to continue hearing from you. So if there's anything that we missed, or if there's any additional questions that kind of come up after this workshop has ended, please email us at that mindland@hq.due.gov. We are regularly checking in, and we will get back to you as soon as we can with further clarification on anything. And then once again, if you missed the content of yesterday or today's workshop, or if you want to rewatch it, please, it will be sent out. And so please keep a lookout for that email that kind of Courtney mentioned with some good follow-up information. With that, I have nothing else. Once again, appreciate just everybody's time here today, and I hope you enjoyed the 2 days of workshop and our last actual planned stakeholder engagement workshop. If you want more, let us know and send an email to that mindland@hq.due.gov.
Great. And I just want to do a quick shout out to Yingxi Zhang, who led the LBL effort to put this whole workshop together and organize it, and to Brian Taylor, who was the IT person behind the scenes that helped make sure that everything works. So Yingxi, thank you so much for making this possible.
Thank you. And all our teams who are taking notes and helping with everything.
Okay, so with that, I guess we can go ahead and close the virtual workshop session. Thanks, everyone. We really appreciate everyone spending the time to participate, because if we didn't have our webinar participants, we'd just be talking to each other, and that wouldn't be quite so productive. So we really appreciate everyone taking the time to participate over the last 2 days. Thanks again.